can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. Why can't you see what you're doing to me when you don't believe a word I say? We can't go on together with suspicious minds, and we can build our dreams on suspicious minds. So if an old friend I know stops by to say hello, would I still see suspicion in your eyes? But here we go again, asking where I've been. You can't see the tears are real, I'm crying. We can't go on together with suspicious minds, and we can build our dreams on suspicious minds. Won't let our love survive, or dry the tears from your eyes. Let's don't let a good thing die. When, honey, you know I have never lied to you. Yeah, yeah. We're caught in a trap. I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. Why can't you see what you're doing to me when you don't believe a word I say? Don't you know I'm caught in a trap? I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. Don't you know I'm caught in a trap? I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. Don't you know I'm caught in a trap? I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. Don't you know I'm caught in a trap? I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. Don't you know I'm caught in a trap? I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. Don't you know I'm caught in a trap? I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. Don't you know I'm caught in a trap?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, all you great decoders out there, welcome out to another episode of What's Your Question? This one is episode number 33, and the reason why I was playing that song in the beginning is because as I was returning home from the store just about a half hour ago, I was walking by this restaurant, which is just 2 buildings down from where I'm at, and there was this Mexican guy. There's some street performers here, and they just come in front of the restaurant and they start jamming. And he was singing that song, and it was really funny watching a Latin guy sing the Elvis song. But I love that song and I've decoded it. I just haven't come out with it. But Elvis is jam-packed full of what this reality is all about. His name is Elvis, Elohim, the electricity. But he says it perfectly, that we're caught in a trap. And as you saw with the little, let me just bring it right back up again. Here it is. Here's the trap. That's why I love the Chaldean, because the Chaldean is tied directly to not only the cards of illumination, the typical poker deck of cards that people play tons of games with, but it's tied directly to the tarot. And the tarot gives us the illustrations because we think in pictures. And see, the trap's the devil, and you want to be the devil. You don't want to be the 2 characters that are chained to the block. You want to be the devil character. That's why I say be the best little devil you can be. Because if you're one of those people chained up, you're in the trap. You got to realize that you're in the trap to get out of the trap. And I just always look for signs, and this guy singing Elvis Suspicious Minds is the title of the song. And I'm like, all right, there's the song for tonight's episode of What's Your Question? And it's 33, and 33 is tied to ascension, and it's tied to the trap, and it's tied to the Christ, and it's tied to the number 8, and so many other synchronicities with that song. And if you really pay attention to that song, it's telling you that you're in a trap. He's obviously talking about a female, but you see, that's the whole thing. It's the masculine chasing the feminine. Because the story of the fallen angels is that the angels wanted to mate with the female human beings. The masculine came down here to mate with the feminine, chasing the female energy. And that whole caught in a trap. It's just, and that's why I say we're all fallen angels down here, because we're descendants of that. And however else that game looks. So, welcome out, folks. It's been 3 weeks since I've been here. Been busy bee. And I'm very glad you joined in tonight, wherever you are around the world. All you great decoders. Could have been anywhere tonight, but you're here with this great decoding world, and I appreciate you stopping by and sharing some of your time with all of us. I'm going to get to as many questions as I can. I may go on my rants, as most of you know how I roll. I have a little bit of some sneak peeks. I have been working on a ton of decodes. I probably have 50 decodes I can do, but yet I just keep chasing other decodes. So I'm going to be coming out with some pretty big content. So just stay tuned for that. And so I have some sneak peeks. I have my Superstar Part 3 decoded, which is going to be one of the strongest decodes that I have put out. I also have Computer decoded, and I will be showing you a sneak peek of that. I'll be showing you Alan Turing, who was kind of the founder of the computer, and how that guy was being used to make the computer. I will show it with clear and convincing evidence to support what I'm saying. And I will continue to say, and we just got to have fun with this. We can't get so serious, but we're being used to experience this reality. And I kind of like how the Taoists say, we're all incarnations of God. I think that's really beautiful. And it allows you just to kind of get some breathing room, because just don't take it so serious, this reality. It's a joke. And, if you want to leave, if you want to perhaps get out of the trap, you need to realize that you're in one, and the trap really is not really a trap. It's just, if you play the game, if you're on the stage, if you're becoming, a lot of people are Mr. Smiths. Right in this group right now, you love Mr. Smiths. You think you're Neo, but you're Mr. Smiths because you're heavily involved in the game. And I see it a lot, and this is just me purely giving my opinion, which means absolutely nothing maybe to you. So I just want to have fun with this. But I see a lot of people defending the Matrix, the very thing they actually are against. They're so heavily invested in it because they spend an awful amount of time talking about it, defending it, being a part of it. And it's a slippery slope, because if you watch my Prison Planet series, I came out and I showed, and again, these are just my truths, but I came out and I showed perhaps the way out is to live in the center, the neutrality, which is the devil, because the devil, if you look at that card again, it's the devil is neutrality. And then the male and female are the two devils, the left and right side. That's why you have two hemispheres of your brain. You got two hands, two arms, two legs, two ears, two eyes, two nostrils. It always comes in pairs, and we are living out through duality. So it's really interesting. Some announcements before I get into big shout out to all of you. I'm going to be get into your comments in here in a second. I wanted to throw some announcements out. Big shout out to some of my great decoders. And then this is in no particular order. If I leave your name out, I'm sorry. I'm just what's come to mind. Of course, my great friend Jordan over at Waters Above Crypto. What a beautiful guy that dude is. If you're interested in how to get involved with cryptocurrency, he's the guy to go learn from, because he does a lot of the methodologies that I do and then some. He has his own methodologies, but we kind of share a lot of space. We're like two peas in a pod. We're going to be coming and doing another podcast soon. So a big shout out to the great Jordan over at Waters Above Crypto. Please go subscribe to his channel. Big shout out to the Syncretism Society. Santos Bonacci just had his solar return and he turned 59. Which if you've been paying attention, it's tied to the game of life. The game of life is 59. Contract with time, contract with God, they all equal the number 59, which reduces down to the number 5, and that's what we are. We're man. Man and woman is 5. The pentagon, the pentagram, the Adam's apple. So big shout out to the great Santos Bonacci, man. That guy's like him or not, I mean, he's not perfect. And I'm not perfect, and we're all not perfect, because some people they look at the imperfections, but that dude is a gem of a dude. He's a beautiful man, and all he wants to do is help people. That's what I see in that guy. Big shout out to, all the other greats over there, Crystal and Nick and their son Kai. There's this young kid that Crystal had. Oh my God, the kid is amazing. I wish I could share some of the stuff that I see. He's 9 years old and the kid's so awake. I love it. Oh man, he just makes me laugh. This is what gives me my joy in my life, when I go down the street and I get to visit these people. Anne Marie over there, Ricardo behind the scenes playing out, Danny, of course. So many great people in the Syncretism Society, and a big shout out to their channel. I want to give them love. I am, part of there. And I have I've been doing some tarot readings. I have another one coming up just for the society. So if you're a part of the alumni for the Syncretism Academy, I will be doing a reading at 6 o'clock Central Standard Time on the 30th of this month. Big shout out to Nigel and Harry over at Devil's Playground. Another great group of guys that, show their truths and love what they're doing. Big shout out to Ahmed. I'm trying to think of who else. Just so many great people. So many great people out in the decoding world, and all you great decoders, big shout out to you. I want to just give a big round of applause to all. This is for all of you. This is for all you great decoders, because without you, there is no me, and we all work in collaboration. I appreciate all of you. I really do, deep down from the bottom of my heart. Even the people that are haters, and we're going to get them in here, but they're rookies, and we just transmute the energy. We just have fun with this kind of stuff, but it's just a matter of, that whole Jordan, love is allowing. I've so adopted that. And if you can adopt that as your home base, like love is allowing, just allow people just to do what they got to do. And if you don't resonate with what they're doing, then don't subscribe to their energy. I see a lot of people wasting their energy and giving it to foundations on the world stage, and giving it to influences on the world stage that really, if you kind of looked at it and observed it, you're just giving your energy away. You're wasting it. Where you could take that energy back, put it into your own personal life or those around you, and create something very beautiful. So I will encourage all of you to look at your lives, analyze your lives. What are you giving your energy to? And is your energy being dispersed to things that are going to be for the forward progression of this planet, to make this world a better place, which is what we're all trying to do. Another announcement I can tell you. I changed my phone number. Now I have two phone numbers. I have a Mexican cell phone number, of course, and I have a US-based phone number. And for the longest time I had a Hawaii phone number. It was an 808 area code. And I didn't change it to that for that. I changed it for that a long time ago because I felt like I wanted to manifest going to Hawaii. And I think inevitably it's going to be in the cards. But on March 14th, I got this bright idea downloaded into my all-seeing eye, my implant, for Pi Day. So I revisited my Pi Decoded Part 1 and Part 2, and I came out with another Pi Decoded. It was the one-hit wonder that many of you watched. Thank you for that support. So I don't know if this is conscious or not, but I decided to change my US-based number and get rid of the 808 number. It still is my WhatsApp number. I'll be splashing it on the screen, taking some phone calls tonight. But the number I changed it to was from the great state of Missouri. Why did I choose that state? Because St. Louis, Missouri is the city that has the 314 area code. And my last name is Payette, as many of you know, and so I know I'm destined. I was supposed to decode with pi, amongst other things, but that's kind of like, you know, what I brought out to the forefront of the world. So I changed my area code, so I now have a 314 area code. And I feel like every time you do something that you know you're in tune with, it levels you up. So now I have a 314 area code, just kind of for fun. Some more announcements. I will be going. I'm headed back to the United States in a couple weeks, and I'm going to be going to see my family in Myrtle Beach for a little bit, and then I'll be off to help a friend do some healing. I'm going to get into some nutrition and healing and going to Fort Lauderdale, that area. I'll be in Fort Lauderdale, Florida for, I don't know, I don't have a return ticket here, but I will be coming back here to Mexico. But I'll be spending some time in the U.S. I will be bringing all my equipment with me, so I won't skip a beat. I'll still be doing my decodes and probably be doing some of these lives maybe in a little, you're not going to see this background. I'm not going to have the city background, but anyway, yeah, I have to go renew my visa, and so I'm going to go make a little trip out of it and have some fun. So I'll be in the great state of Florida, the great state of South Carolina for a little bit. All you great people from Florida. So those are my announcements. Today is this card. And obviously, you know, today being the 26th of March, we start with this. I bought a couple of new decks of cards as well. I bought this Looney Tunes deck. I was in Cancun the other day, and I went to this store that I know sells cards, and I bought a couple decks, and I got the Looney Tunes card deck, but just for fun. So I'll be using this deck tonight. I don't have my animal medicine cards. If you're listening, Crystal, you got to give me my cards back. I let somebody borrow them, but anyway, today's card is the 23rd card in the deck, the 10 clubs, and this card right here is, of course, tied to the pineal gland, because the 23 is tied to the word pineal when you break it out in numerology. And how very fitting, right? The 10 is the androgynous, the male, female. That's what the pineal gland is. It's the two petals of the flower in the Vedic. And the 10 of clubs, being the 23rd card, tied to the pineal gland, tied to the word blood, history, and all that kind of stuff, ends up moving into the tarot, which is this card right here, the 10 of wands. And this is card 32, the mirror of the 23. How very fitting, though, because you see, when you come down here and become man or woman, you got to take the world upon your shoulders. And of course, what's interesting as well is today's the 26th day of the month. 26 is tied to the element iron, and that's what's in our blood. If you do the medicine cards, the 32nd card in the deck is the ant card, the great workers. It's just interesting with ants. As a kid, I loved them. And I go out and I feed them. I just drop sugar or whatever. And they get in everything. I have the little teeny tiny brown ants here, and they get in everything. If you leave stuff out, but I can't kill them. It's so, because I'm at that space where I love all creation. Like it's my own creation. Why would I want to kill it? I literally, I drop stuff on the floor, and I have cement floors here. And then sometimes I'll get a trail of ants going to the food, and it's like I got to pick the food up, and I got to wait a couple hours for the ants to realize that the food's gone, and then they'll retreat. Because if I were to grab the vacuum cleaner and suck them all up, I'm going to kill them, and I can't do that. I'm at that stage in my life where I love everything, and I realize I am the architect. I am the creator. Something like that. And I don't want to kill them. When I'm walking around outside, I'm looking down at my feet, making sure I don't step on insects if I can help it. That's where I'm at anyway. I would encourage all of you to maybe be in that space because it's a beautiful space to be in. But man, they get in everything here, the ants, and it's the 32nd card. What's interesting about today and being the 33rd, what's your question, is we're at 32 with the card, and 32 is the ant, and that obviously represents duality because 32 is when water turns into a solid. 33, of course, is when it turns into a liquid. It transmutes into a liquid. So it's ascension. 33 to 32 is ascension. But 32 is representing duality. Represents hell, which is what we're all in. We're trying to make heaven out of that. And then the counterpart to the 10 clubs is the Jack Spades card. The spirit card of the ego card of the 10 clubs. And the Jack is the 50th card in the deck, which is tied to the words Wizard of Oz. Okay? Just kind of having fun with this. All right, so let's get into some of your comments now. Okay, let's look. And I welcome all of you out. I don't want to spend a ton of time naming all names. I appreciate each and every one of you tonight. Thank you so much for joining in, man. This group gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and I love it. So let's look at some of your comments. I used to be afraid of spiders, and I let them hang out in my house. Jessica, good for you. I got my shower. I have this small little shower. I'm in a very small, compact space. It's brand new, but it's very small and compact. My shower is very small. And then I have a little window, which is not even a window. It's that the glass bricks that the light comes through. And there's a spider nest up there. It ends up taking care of the fruit flies that I bring home. They're annoying here, but I just tolerate it. But they end up realizing there's no food, and then they end up making their way to the spider, and the spider takes care of it. And that's the ecosystem that we live in. You see, if we just observe this reality, we realize it's predator-prey. It doesn't change at this level. It just transforms into a different reality. But the spiders take the necessary means to keep in check all the critters mosquitoes and flies, and spiders are necessary for the exchange of energy. So good for you, Jessica. Jessica in Long Beach. Awesome. Southern California, man, big part of my heart. Michael, great shirt. Yeah, folks, if you want this shirt right here, this is one of my sponsors, the Healers Project. If you go to, I'm going to put it in, I'm going to pin it. So if some of you, I'm just going to pin it up there. If you want a t-shirt, if you want this t-shirt, there you go. I just pinned it to the top. Just go to that website and you can get this t-shirt. Become a gratitude junkie. This reminds me to realize to be grateful for everything in my life, because you see, this reality demands one thing, and that's acknowledgement. Well, I shouldn't say it demands it. Everything wants to be acknowledged. That's why I live in a state of gratitude. When I'm brushing my teeth, I'm giving thanks to my teeth. When you eat your food and you're eating your meal, a lot of people just sit in front of the television and they eat and they're not paying. What about your stomach? Your stomach wants some acknowledgement. It's been digesting that food your whole life. Have you ever acknowledged your stomach? Have you ever acknowledged your saliva glands? Have you ever acknowledged your esophagus? See, I believe I'm in the space where when you acknowledge everything in your body, it becomes warm and fuzzy and friendly, and I think it's going to last longer. Kind of like when you wash your car and you wax it, it drives better. Is that psychosomatic or is that really a thing? Well, you get the point. So just become a gratitude junkie. You don't have to buy the t-shirt, but just become a gratitude junkie. They got coffee mugs. If you like mugs, you can buy a mug. There's so many logos on there. I'm ordering some all new shirts. When I get to the United States, I'm going to be re-upping on a lot of things. I need a couple new cell phones. I need things in Mexico. It's a little bit challenging. I'll be getting a whole bunch of different t-shirts. Some new styles and new memes. I had some cool ones coming out. Jason Lewis, I lived in Wichita. Welcome to Wichita. Anybody ever seen that movie Planes, Trains, and Automobiles with John Candy and Steve Martin? What a classic movie that is. I have a really good friend. Big shout out to my friend Joe. And she's from Wichita. And we always joke around, welcome to Wichita. Wichita, Kansas. I'm a leprechaun. Why do I hear voices which does not exist? Well, the voices are in your head. I mean, do we have to look in it past that? Are they in your head, or there are many ways to observe that? The Crypto Ginger, I have a question. How do you appropriately write out someone's name whose full name ends with a third? Well, then you would just do it the I. Because that's what it is. It's Roman numeral 3. So like if you're a junior, you want to put the JR, you can write it out JR, or you can actually spell out junior. Because phonetically, when we say our names, when we say our addresses, you can do it a lot of ways. And if you watch my decodes, some of them, when I was doing addresses, I do them as the maps say on Google. But if you actually say the entire thing, you would actually spell out the word avenue instead of abbreviating it as AVE or road as RD. You would say ROAD. And you got to observe it both ways to get proper, decoding aspects from this kind of stuff. What does it mean to be born during an eclipse? Well, that's a very vanilla question, because you'd have to look at your entire chart. That's just one piece. That's like saying, what does it mean to be born as a Scorpio rising? So it's very broad stroke. And when I do my readings, folks, I'm not a guy who just my average reading takes 3 hours. Sometimes I go less, sometimes I go more. Just depends. But I synchronize Western astrology, Vedic astrology, numerology, the cards of illumination, where these fit in your chart, the tarot cards. Not every time, but depends. But there are so many moving parts to our blueprint. And I do have a course coming out. The course that I have coming out, it's called Life Coding. A lot of you want a reading, but it's not in your budget. This system that I have that I'm creating, this course will be affordable for pretty much everybody. And I can confidently say, if you're somebody who likes to do research, this will be for you. You will be able to eliminate any kind of readings in your life. It's not that you don't have to, it's not like you may not want to get a reading, but you will never need to get a reading ever again. You may want to get a tarot reading for the now moment, or you may want to get a card reader to tell you your now energy, but to read your cosmic blueprints, this system that I have developed and it's so simple. It's going to allow you to really go to the deepest parts of your blueprint. And those of you that have partners, those of you that have children, you're going to want to do it for them too. Because what this is going to allow these people, you to have is tolerance and patience, because you're going to see their code. And when they show up a certain way, why would you even want to get upset? It's just like, it's just them being them. I read that about them. They're just behaving the way they're supposed to behave. So this, I'm really excited about this. This is kind of going to be the next generation of my How to Decode Yourself. This system I've been building for a long time. It's called Life Coding. I'm working on it. It's been a slow progress. I'm a turtle. I'm not a rabbit. So it's it takes me a little bit longer to get things out, but it's going to be pretty fantastic, I think, anyway, and it's going to help a lot of people. So stay tuned for that. Sun, moon, and earth, 54. Yeah, the 54 is huge, and the sun, the moon, and the earth are huge in themselves because they form a pyramid shape. They form a tetrahedron, which of course is going to tie into the octahedron and the origination of it all. If you're somebody who's invested into the concave earth theory, well, it's going to be the black sun, tied to the trinity of the white sun, the moon, and the earth. But the moon, the sun, and the earth, of course, are the 54. They're the 83. 83 is bismuth, and the 83, if you know the numbers 8 and 3, well, I mean, the 3 is just a broken 8 when you observe it as a symbol. So it's very important to kind of look at this kind of stuff. Max, what's going on, brother? What do I think about the element 115 moscovium? I love moscovium. Has an average atomic weight of 289. 289. 89 is Yaldabaoth. 89 is reducing down to the number 17, which is going to reduce down to the number 8. It's 289. So we have to bring in the 200 and then add on the 89. Moscovium, of course, is, if you've been following, UFOs, and supposedly it was the fuel for UFOs, but it's the 115, and the 115, I will be showing that through my sneak peek of my Superstar Part 3 Decoded using astrology, because 115 is Aquarius and Leo, which is probably what age we're in right now. Leo ruling over the age of Aquarius, the 115 or the 511. So Moscovium is huge. And, 115, if you take the 11 away from the 5, you now have 5, which is man and woman. And then the number 11, which is tied to magic. It's the two pill. It's when you plug something in, it looks like the number 11. Sometimes it looks like the Trinity with the grounding wire, but a lot of plugs just look like a field goal. They look like a number 11, and you plug them in, and it brings electricity into that plug. So 11 to me, the house of astrology, Aquarius, even though it's the water bearer, Aquarius is an air sign. Air brings electricity. And then you have magnetism as the father of the electricity. Pretty awesome. And then 115 is going to be tied to 2 elements. Well, many elements, but the major ones are 49, which is indium, and then 50, which is tin. And 50 is tied to the words, "In God we trust." That's on the back of the dollar bill. That equals 50. The Wizard of Oz equals 50. And tin is the merger of worlds, which is kind of, if those of you that have bought, I just bought a backpack, a new one, and I just went to the store because I'm very specific on what I like. And I bought a black one, of course. I like black, and it was an Under Armour brand. I didn't buy it because it was Under Armour brand. I bought it because of the quality of the backpack, and I like the style of it. But the Under Armour logo is the symbol for tin, which is the as above, so below, the merger of worlds. Have you ever watched the 1997 Anima Berserk? I have not. I have not watched that. Karma is real. Do I believe the 52 weeks correspond to the 52 cards of the standard deck? I would assume you're probably new here, so welcome out to this channel. Yes, I'm a huge proponent of the cards of illumination, is what I like to call them, the 52 cards. Yes, they are embedded into nature, 52 cards matching the 52 weeks. There are 4 suits matching the 4 seasons. Each suit has 13 cards, the ace through king, and that's a match for the 13 weeks for each season, spring, summer, fall, and winter, representing the elements. So yes, the cards are definite, and there's 52, and the word prison planet equals 52. Kind of interesting, I played the song Caught in a Trap. If you watched my Groundhog Day Decoded, I showed that the song that was playing when Bill Murray had to wake up at 6 a.m. was the song I Got You Babe by Sonny Bono and Cher. And Sonny Bono, his full name in numerology is 82, and 82 in the string of pi is located at the 52nd decimal digit. So 82 means lead, 52 means prison planet. We are all lead, and we're being mined for our gold. That's why alchemy is lead to gold. So that's why the cards are so important in describing this reality. Ari Ree, do I know anything about scoliosis? Yes, I do, because I had it when I was a kid. And it's, of course, a spine deformity where your spine is crooked. I healed mine when I was a child. I went to this great chiropractor, and I did these weird exercises where I would lay down on my back, and I would do this. I would go like this, and I'd raise my legs at the same time like this, and then I would start to turn my head like this in sequence like that, opposite of one another. And then I would breathe in and breathe out. And I would do these movements. I just remember it, and I would do them as exercises, and I healed my scoliosis. So I know about it. Martino, put your name on Caballerian site. I don't know what Caballerian site is. Someone's asking about Twitter. If you guys and gals want to become part of the Decode Your Reality Telegram group, we do have a small group of us over there. I think there's like 150 people or something like that. If you want to join in on that, just go to Telegram. You can find the group. Actually, do I even have the, I'll try to find it in the actual link. But if you go through my community page on my YouTube, if you go through the community page, you're going to find the Telegram group with the link, and you just click on the link and you can come join us there. Virginia, are we in the age of Aquarius yet? I think so. I think we are in the age of Aquarius, which is what they've called the New World Order. What's up, Ethan? Here's a great decoder, Ethan Rucker. If you've seen him on social media, amazing mind, Ethan. And here he's saying. I'm 17,947 days old, and the sum of divisors are 131 and 37, which ends up becoming the 32 and 33 primes. Amazing. See, that's what I'm saying, folks. It's like my whole life is scripted. When some people, they say, well, the elites, they call them the elites, and they're saying, well, they're doing this and they consciously doing it. But see, my life is completely scripted, and I'm not even paying attention. Like, I'm not doing things consciously. I mean, I consciously changed my phone number. I guess I would retract that. I do some things to have fun, but I don't have to. I don't have to do anything. I just roll out my decodes. The video, I didn't even show this. The video that I did, the decode I did on the pineal gland, many of you watched it. Thank you. Do you know what if I go to my folder, the size of the video of pineal decoded, the size of the video after I rendered it was 4.13 gigabytes. Think about what I'm telling you. If you think I'm sitting there chopping it up, then I'd have to go look at the size and folks, that's crazy thinking. The video is 4.13 gigabytes, Pineal decoded. That is Pi. And then I come out with the Pi decoded, the one-hit wonder, and that thing was 1.55 gigabytes, and 155 in the string of pi is found at the 314th decimal digit. My last name is Payette. Where do you go from there? See, I don't have to consciously be aware of anything. You start observing the code starts observing you back. It's nuts, my life, nuts. And this has been going on for years. And it just keeps getting more intense as I observe it. Many of you are doing the same thing. You're seeing the code, the organic source code, because that's what it is, playing out in the background all the time. So it rules out it rules out the artificial. It rules it out. It doesn't fit in the narration of source code playing out in the background and saying, well, there's artificial in there. It kind of rules it out. I don't know how you would fit it in the narrative. Do I have any insight about the connections of musical notes? Actually, my friend Ember just sent me a video. I wish I could share it. Maybe I'll find it and put it on my... He broke down the notes with the planets. I should do that. It's not going to be the same as what he was showing, but... I just like to line things up the way they're lined up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are the 7 chakras. And then you got the 7 musical scale notes. And then if you go into the astrology chart, the first house is Aries, which is ruled by Mars. So Mars has to be number 1. That's if they're lined up that way. And they are in these ideals because somebody created those. But I can tell all of you right now, I will authentically say right now, my current level of understanding, this is where I'm at. And I can't remember who challenged me on this, but it's because of him. Challenged me on the lineup of the planets that made me really think about it, and I went into it, and now I've been just decoding it the way that he had said it lined up, and I stand corrected, and in this level of understanding or understanding, Saturn is the crown chakra. NASA's going to tell you Saturn is the 6th planet, and maybe that's true if you kind of do some equations. Saturn is planet number 7. And that house, that zodiac sign, is Libra. And Libra's symbol are the 2 scales. The balance. What is Saturn? It's Father Time, but Saturn is always about balancing things. It's known as the planet of karma. Libra, the scales. And 7 is the last chakra. In Judaism, Saturday is the last day of the week, day number 7. And we know that the Yod He Vav He has attributes to the Saturn because it's all over Judaism. The Star of David, the hexagon. And Sunday's the day of rest and reflection. That would put Jupiter at planet number 6, which would represent your third eye. Now, what's interesting about this is that Jupiter has the all-seeing eye on it. It has what's called the Great Red Spot. Very, very easy to see that. And Jupiter being the largest planet, and are we just living inside of the dream of the cosmos, which is being transmitted from Jupiter, which is Zeus, the king of all Olympians, the gods? It would make a lot of sense. And then where do we go from 6 to 5? What would be ruling the throat? Which is man. Well, obviously it would be the sun. In astrology, the 5th house, all of you have a 5th house. And it's ruled by default by the sign of Leo the lion, the king of the jungle. Think about what's the king of you or the queen of you, those of you that are females. It's this. It's what you speak. You speak your magic spells to manifest what you manifest on the world stage, what you bring into existence. I am that I am. That's this. And the fifth house is ruled by the sun. Now, I know it's the color blue, but if you invert them, it would be the color yellow. And then the fourth chakra, representing the heart, ruled by Cancer and the moon, it would put Earth and the moon there. And it's the color green, which is one of the dominant colors on the world stage. And then below that, into the solar plexus, you'd have the planet Mercury. Because anyway, I'm just going by the astrology. Yellow, Mercury. And then 2 would be Venus. Makes a lot of sense because Venus is Taurus. And Taurus, the bull, looks a hell of a lot like the female reproductive organs. That's not a secret. Procreation, duality, number 2. And then number 1, all you Arians, is tied to Mars, the masculine god of war. Because you got it when you come out into this world, you got to be the magician, which is the magician card in the tarot. And that's the color red. And that's the lineup that I'm currently at right now. That's the lineup I'm currently at. Why Joe Biden spitting out pizza saying pepperoni was too hot and spicy? Well, first and foremost, Sleeping Beauty 555. I don't really watch the mainstream anymore. Because one of the main reasons why I don't is because it doesn't deserve my energy. It doesn't mean I don't watch it. It doesn't mean I don't observe it, but I really don't pay attention too much of it. And as a result of me doing that, guess what my life has done? My life has leveled up. Because I'm now taking the energy I used to put on sports and news, I've taken that back and I'm putting it onto projects that you're seeing on my channel and helping people, doing readings and, working with the Syncretism Society and doing podcasts in collaboration with people. That's what I'm doing. So, we can look at anything in the mainstream, yes, and we can break it down and you can decode it and the source code will be playing out there because the source code's running these people. But I'm just not interested in that much of that part of the source code because it's an energy vampire, that stuff. So I hope that helps you. That's really, but there's so many ways to skin a cat, as they say. Yeah, but let's try to, I'm not here to force anything on you folks, but let's not get into the mainstream stuff. Because again, if we talk about it, we're giving energy to it, and does it deserve our energy? Any suggestions where in Mexico is good to move to from LA? Anywhere in Mexico. Puerto Vallarta, if you want to go on the west side, that's an easy drop down from Los Angeles. You go right through Tijuana, cross over the border. You can catch a flight down to Puerto Vallarta. It's a little about the same price, I think, as Mexico here in Cancun. But you can go anywhere in Mexico. Find a small little town. Just depends on what you want to do. And just if you're a nomad like me, if you're somebody who can work digitally using the internet, then you got it made. But if you think you're going to come down to Mexico and get a job at the Home Depot, or that's just, you can't do that. I mean, you could possibly get a job locally, but the pay down here obviously is in pesos, and then you got to get hired and you're an illegal kind of working, like how somebody from here would be going to the US that doesn't have a citizenship. So you got to be well placed in the digital world. Unless you just want to come down for 6 months and hang out and have a nice little vacation, if you got that kind of stashed away. Could I speak on September 17th? I can. Let's see what day of the year. So those of you that are interested in decoding and you want to know some of the methodology that I do, when I start looking at dates on the calendar, I always look at the actual day on the calendar, and many of these days, unless it's January or February, are going to have two numbers associated with them. I will repeat that. If you are born outside of January or February, you're going to have two numbers associated with your day of birth. You're going to have the common year and the leap year. The leap year being every 4 years. And when you take, I showed it in my Pi Decoded. March 14th is the 73rd and 74th day of the year. And when you combine those up, you get 147. And then you take that 147 and you go look at that in the numberempire.com. You see if it's a prime number. But September 17th is the 260 and 261st day of the year. And then it's the 7 of Clubs day. The 7 of Clubs is a card that's linked to Lucifer, the light bringer. Because 71, which is the element lutetium, which is tied to Lucifer, is the 20th prime number. And this is the card that's September 17th. So you have some foundations now to go off of. Where would you go from there? Well, in many different avenues. Excuse me, if you're a decoder. Max Egan. I don't really watch Max Egan because, to be honest with you, and again, this is just, he's heavily invested in the Matrix. So I'm just, even though I decode stuff in the Matrix, but he's very heavily involved in the mainstream and the news, and he's giving his energy to that. So I'm just very leery about that kind of stuff, of like attaching myself to that stuff. And I'm not saying I have eliminated myself from that completely, because I have not, but I got one toe in. Many people are just all in. They're like inside the circle. They're just all in. And they're looking on the outside like, I don't want to be here, but this is really interesting. And they're just hanging out with the Mr. Smiths. See, the whole story of the Christ and the Matrix, for that matter, is you have Neo, who is the Christ, who comes down here to fight the system, which are the Mr. Smiths. But you see, that character wouldn't come down here unless there was a Mr. Smith to an opponent. So he incarnates down here. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't, the Christ. I don't know, maybe there was a real, there's a real me. So I can't deny that guy. There was a guy that named the Messiah or Yeshua or whatever you want to call it that came down here and became man. I don't know, maybe. But he came down here because you got all these Mr. Smiths running the show. And he came down to be the opponent or the protagonist of the antagonist. And that to me is playing the game. And it's inevitable that we all play the game because you're using money and crypto and you're using technology. We're using it right now. It's just how much do you have of your energy invested in the game? And then how do you observe the game? Now, if you haven't seen my Christ battery decoded, I will encourage you to go watch that one. Because I came out with that decode and I said, it's very possible when you put your faith in these constructs, you're going to get recycled back into the game. Because you see, the game needs players. This reality will not be here unless there's people here to play the game. So when you take yourself out of the game and you're not on the court and you're just looking from the stands, you're kind of an onlooker. You're just observing. And you're not passing judgment. You're just looking at the game and like, okay, yeah, it's a game. I can see that. Kind of like if you go to a basketball game, you don't care who wins. Like I don't really watch basketball. So I don't, okay, cool. That guy shot a 3-pointer. Great. Well, they're up by 20 points. Great. Got no money tied to it. You're not gambling on sports. You're not invested in Maya. You don't care. You just go in there to watch the game. It's kind of like entertainment. You see, if you get involved with the Mr. Smiths, that's like, I'm going to go get, that's why I'm not a gambler. Like, I'm going to gamble on that spectrum. But then it's a contradiction because then, like I have crypto. So I'm like, I got a toe in. I got money. I got a toe in. So it's just really challenging. It's just how many toes do you got in the water? How much have you got invested into Maya and the illusion? Which will keep you busy. That's why I'm not big into supporting mainstream stuff. Like politics and I watch my movies, I watch my shows to get clues and nuggets. My objective when I watch these shows are to get clues of more and more of how this reality works. And of course, it's entertainment. Everybody likes to be entertained. When's the course dropping? I'm working on it. I don't have a specific date. I think when I get to the US, I'm going to have some time away. I'm prepping some videos, some decodes, so I don't have any days missed or weeks missed where I don't have any decodes. I'm going to probably create some videos before I leave here, so I just have them saved and I can just drop them, trickle them out, and then I can maybe work on this course. So I was supposed to get it out in February, and here I am. I'm a turtle. So I try not to give dates because I don't want to be, I don't want to, give anybody any expectations. Lucifer sounds more interesting than Christ these days. It's interesting. Sylvia, I went for a blood test and my veins didn't give any blood. I don't know why that is. What did the doctors tell you? I mean, I can't imagine. I mean, you wouldn't be alive if you didn't have blood flowing through you. So I would think that either your blood's too thick, and if you go and do dark field microscopy, which is putting your blood under a microscope and observing it, there's a condition called rouleau, which is kind of the red blood cells. They just congregate and group together, and your blood gets so thick, the viscosity gets so thick, and it can cause issues. So what I would suggest you do, Silvana, is start eating whole foods that are the color red. It's very easy to do, right? Like beets and watermelon and things that are red to get your blood back to the way it's supposed to be. Eliminate the dead foods from your life. When I was big into nutrition, when I was really in that world, in that space, I pissed a lot of people off. Because I would take a client and I would be like, I want to see everything you're eating for the next 2 weeks. And you know what the majority of people do? They will be on their best behavior. And I know that's not being authentic. And I tell people, like, don't change anything about what you're doing. Just be yourself. But people don't do that because life's about looking good. But if I were to analyze people, if I analyze a lot of you and you're out there, you don't eat right. You don't eat from the earth. You eat processed foods and junk and dead foods and stuff that's going to satiate you and make you feel good. But over time, every time you eat a food that's dead, it makes you decay a little bit faster. Black Sabbath had a song called Killing Yourself to Live off of their album Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. What a great album that was. So if you can become the most plant-based that you can, you don't have to be vegan per se, but if you can become like I consider myself plant-based, meaning that the majority of my food is based in plants. And I can tell you, my health, man, has definitely gotten way better by dropping a lot of the flour and the gluten. And, I did a podcast a long time ago on gluten, and it's not so much having a gluten sensitivity, folks, by the way. It's not that you may have a gluten sensitivity, it's you have a glyphosate sensitivity. And glyphosate is what they spray, which is that's the main ingredient in Roundup Ready to kill weeds, which was originally used to clean out railway cars and metal. That's how toxic that stuff is. That is probably what you have a sensitivity to, not wheat. It's the glyphosate they spray everywhere. That's what you have a sensitivity to. Because 100 years ago, no one had a gluten sensitivity. So if you just stay away, I bought some oatmeal. I love oatmeal. And I have to get the one that says gluten-free on it. And there is a difference. If I buy the regular Quaker Oats or whatever, I get bloating. If I buy the gluten-free one, I don't get bloated. So, folks, I know this is Decode Your Reality, but I'm a huge proponent of nutrition. And, look, you're in this for the long haul. We don't know how much time we have. We could have 50 more years on the planet. A lot of people think that, it's going to end and this big nightmare is going to come. But what if it doesn't? And you ain't taking care of yourself because you're betting on some change happening. And you're foregoing your health. Take care of your body. This is where you live. You only got one place to live. It's right here. And if you ain't taking care of it, who's going to take care of it? A lot of you eat like shit. And you won't even admit it. If you want to have good mental health, you have to have good physical health. A lot of you don't exercise, and you should be exercising. And if you don't exercise, why not? Ask yourself the question, why are you not exercising? You don't have to go to a gym. You can go outside, run, walk, skip, jog. But it's take care of this temple because you only have one. Now, I'm going to tell you, ever since I went plant-based, my decodes have taken off like a rocket. That's for me now. I just feel like I'm more in tune with the code, the source code. I had gummy bears tonight. That's pretty funny, Louise Evans. Any of you that have a sugar addict or addiction, if you crave sugar, it's very possible that you have a salt deficiency or you have a nutritional deficiency. What do I have for breakfast? Well, I'm kind of a creature of habit, so I change a little bit, but if I go to the gym a little bit after waking up, I like to get some carbs in me for fuel. So I get my oats, and they're gluten-free. They're just straight oats, and they're the oats that are already blended. I like to blend the oats because they're easy to digest. And I have a bowl of that, and there's a juicery right down the street, and I buy grapefruit juice and mandarin juice and orange juice, and I just, instead of using water or soy milk or almond milk, all that's all processed, I just use juice. That's it. I do juice with oatmeal. That's what I have. It's clean, simple, and I don't get bloated from it, and I have great energy. If I'm not having that, I do yogurt with I love grape. My staple is one grapefruit, one big grapefruit, yogurt, some granola, blueberries, and a little bit of honey on top, just a little bit. That's I've been eating that for a while, and I love that. Do I know any ways of how I can retain more water? It goes right through me. I'd have to analyze your entire life. I'd have to see like what kind of handicaps you have, what your food intake looks like, what your regimens look like. Are you working out? Are you lifting weights? Are you breaking muscle tissue down? I couldn't even answer that question. Water goes right through me too. I go to the bathroom so many times. I drink, 3 or 4 of these a day, like almost a gallon of water a day. But I'd have to analyze your entire life. It's not just giving somebody some advice on just that basic principle. Like water goes right through me too. Jerry Danowski, oatmeal, veggies, and brown rice. Yeah, I'm not a fan of rice. I get bloated on rice. A lot of rice is garbage. If you study rice, a lot of the rice that's white is actually plastic. It's not even real food. I know a lot of you like, uh-oh. So you want to get the wild rice. Not even the brown, wild rice. See, the rule of thumb is if you eat something and it bloats you, that should tell you something. And then somebody had mentioned something about candida. Absolutely. You got to go on a candida protocol. And if you get any kind of distension in your stomach when you eat, after your meals, it's very possible you have a candida or a yeast overgrowth, and you got to fix that. Now, there are certain things going on. Number one, are you taking a probiotic? Are you putting in the gut flora? Are you replenishing the microbes in your gut? And then those of you that have mercury in your mouth, that's going to mess it all up anyway. And you got to address that. I don't know why wisdom teeth are called wisdom teeth. Multiverse, nice to have you. Cutting Edge Supplements, thanks, nice to have you. Salty Siren. Is it better to listen to your body when drinking water, or do I need to listen to mainstream advice of X amount a day? That's going to come down to an opinion. If you're active like me, if you're someone who, like I'm an athlete, I wouldn't say I'm a professional athlete because I'm not competing, but I mean, I work out 5 to 6 days a week, so my body demands more water and salt. So again, these are questions that are very broad stroke. What does your regimen look like? And a lot of people, remember your body can conform. It becomes very smart. So you can survive off of 1 liter a day. I know people that just drink 1 liter a day. They're so dehydrated. The number one cause of daytime fatigue is dehydration. The number one cause. So if you get tired during the day, it's a very good chance you're not hydrated. My regimen is I wake up in the morning, and I went back to, I don't know if any of you have heard of oil pulling. Oil pulling is when you take about a tablespoon or 2 of oil. I do coconut. When you wake up, very first thing you wake up in the morning, you do what's called oil pulling. And you put a little oil in your mouth, preferably coconut, and you just start to swish it around, move it inside and out of your teeth as much as you can, agitate your teeth. You do it for 10 minutes, set your timer on your phone. Why do you do that? Well, number one, there's a ton of bacteria in your mouth when you first wake up, the most probably out of any, because it's just been sitting there dormant. A lot of people just drink water right away, and you're just washing that bacteria down in your system. So when you oil pull, it collects all the bacteria and it whitens your teeth. So that's my habit. I used to do it a lot, and then I stopped doing it. Life gets in the way. You go on different tangents. But now I started doing oil pulling. I've been doing oil pulling now for probably about a month. So I do oil pulling for 10 minutes. I spit that out. I wash my mouth out, and then I drink 1 liter of water. 1 of these before I do anything else. Because you think about it, ladies and gentlemen, if you're getting 8 hours of sleep, 6 hours of sleep a night, you haven't had any water in that time period. Your body's dehydrated. If you go 6 or 8 hours during the day and you don't drink any water, you're going to get dehydrated. So you want to hydrate the body. So my regimen is I do my oil pulling and I immediately drink I sit here and I just go through my emails and I just chug. And when I finish that, I wait about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and then I have my first meal. Because you don't want to eat food with a full liter of water in your stomach. It's going to dilute the acid. That's my regimen. But oil pulling, folks, is amazing to do. Amazing to do. And if you're not doing it, you may want to consider doing it. It's absolutely a game changer. It does. It heals your gums, gum recession, gingivitis. It whitens your teeth. So many benefits. I spit the oil in the toilet, actually. Yes, Paul. After 10 minutes I take a swig of coconut oil. I just take a little swig. I got my jar up there, just made for oil pulling. And I take a little bit, it's probably about 2 tablespoons. And I swish it around really hard and heavy for 10 minutes. I put a timer on my phone to make sure I get full 10 minutes, and then I spit it out in the toilet. And then I take a swig of water and I spit that in the toilet. Then I drink my 1 liter of water. That's my regimen for the morning. So I know I'm hydrated. And then I only got 2 to 3 liters left. This, the reason, I'm 49, right? And I can say, my mom looks very young for 75. So genetically, yes, I know I look younger than 49, right? But I attribute the way I look a lot because I've been in competitive bodybuilding for a long time, and in competitive bodybuilding, water is like a staple. I've always drank a lot of water, and this has hydrogen in it and oxygen, and your body's made up of 80% water, and you hydrate the cells and water. This is the Christ right here. This is Jesus. It's water. Every time it rains, hey, Christ. It's the Christ. It's love, water. It saturates, it gives nourishment to the world. What's the significance of 10 minutes? I don't know. The books I've read. Just if you want to get more information on oil pulling, you don't even have to buy a book, but if you're a bookie, if you like books, just go to Amazon, type in oil pulling. Just buy the book. I'm telling you, if you start doing it, folks, it's going to brighten your teeth. It's going to naturally whiten your teeth. It's going to make your mouth feel cleaner. So many benefits with oil pulling. I can't even tell you. Have I ever tried molecular hydrogen tablets? I have not. And I bought a molecular hydrogen machine. I ended up giving it to my parents, but I have another one coming. And I've learned, I'm going to be doing a podcast with this guy, Greg. He calls himself the Hydrogen Man. He's a beautiful person. He's my go-to for the hydrogen. He's very knowledgeable in the hydrogen. He says to stay away from the hydrogen tablets. You want to get a machine and drink the molecular hydrogen. The reason why the machine impressed me so much is because they did real-time results of it. And when you drink it in real time, it showed the blood capillaries opening up, the pathways opening up instantly. And that impressed me. So I got one. Can you use olive oil for oil pulling? Yes, you can. Can use any oil. Can even use the cheap oil if you want to. But just remember, your mouth is absorbing the cheap oil. So I just use coconut oil. And if you don't like the taste of it, just get the refined coconut oil, which doesn't have any taste to it. Distilled water, amazing. Water is supposed to be neutral. It's not supposed to be alkaline. It's not supposed to be acidic. It's supposed to be slightly alkaline, actually, just like your blood. So distilled water is base, stripped of everything. So it's good, but it's going to come down to an opinion. Yeah, look, folks, the molecular hydrogen machine to me is a game changer. It's not something to buy that is going to be like a scratch ticket. It is going to be something for the long term. But it has changed so many people's lives. And hydrogen is the first element, 1.008, which is going to give you the 18, which is tied to the Christ, which is tied to water, which is why the Christ is tied to baptism, which is tied to the moon. Spring or distilled? I personally like spring water, but you got to see what's right for you. Can you sun gaze midday? No. You'll burn your eyes out. Where did I order my hydrogen machine from? Just send me an email and I'll get you in contact with Greg. They come from Japan. Japan's like 10 years ahead of technology than the US. They're amazing. So if you guys want to get a hydrogen machine, if you're interested, I'm going to be doing a podcast with Greg. It's going to be, I'm building content for my Cosmic Sugar YouTube channel. I only have one video on there now, but I'm going to be doing, I did a reading for this amazing lady who lives in Hawaii. And she's a beekeeper. And she has agreed to do a podcast with me on bees. And I am so excited to share this with all of you. So I'm building my content up for Cosmic Sugar, and it's going to be all about healing and nature. And so stay tuned for that. But I don't know why I even mentioned that. But the hydrogen machine is amazing. If you're interested in the hydrogen machine, it's a molecular hydrogen machine. Send me an email and I'll get you in touch with the guy that you can get one from. My email is decodeyourreality@gmail.com. Folks, I believe in this 1000%. It is a game changer, but it's not a game changer in a week. You're not going to feel like a cup of coffee and you're going to zing. It's not a scratch ticket kind of feeling. It's a long-term situation. But it has, and I'm not even going to say healed, it has changed so many people's lives that have had health conditions. You name it, it has helped them because it increases blood flow. And lack of circulation is when everything starts to slow down. As we age, it's just an inevitable part of human being experience. Has Santos convinced me of urine therapy? No. I just can't get past the smell and just drinking it, and not for me. There's a reason why you piss out your urine. There's a reason why it's a waste. I know that he's going to say something different, and there are benefits of it because the kidneys filter everything out, but there's a reason why it is a waste product. And I'm doing just fine without drinking the urine. So I did it one time, and that was it for me. It's a waste product. I just don't think for me, it's not for me, but maybe it's for you. I know there's tons of books. I've read the books on urine therapy. I know the benefits of what it is to drink the urine. It's just not for me. But Santos does it. I went over to see him yesterday. And I walk up to near his stairs, and he's just got containers sitting outside. Sitting outside of all urine. He's a funny dude, man. I love that guy. But anyway. Silvana, will it open the veins and capillaries? I've seen it in real time. If you go to YouTube and you type in molecular hydrogen capillaries blood flow, if you use those keywords, you will see people in Japan hooked up to a machine in real time opening up their blood vessels with hydrogen. It's amazing. But it's not a short-term fix. It's not a scratch ticket. It's long-term. What pH is best? Greasy is asking. Well, remember that pH is slightly alkaline. If you look at the pH scale, which is kind of in the shape of a rainbow, it's going to go from the numbers 1 through 14. So matter of fact, let me give you guys, hold on a minute. Let me see if I can. Okay. Let me see if I can do this real time here with you guys. Share my screen. So when you look at the pH scale here to my right, it's going to go from 0 to 14. Typically, it's going to go through from 1 to 14. And in the very middle is 7, which is called neutral or base. See if I can get a better one. Here we go. So in the very middle is actually the pH. The natural pH of water is supposed to be in the very dead center, is base. And when you go to a high alkaline water, it's going to be towards the 8 to 9 region. And obviously it does the body good for some time because the majority of people in this world have a lot of acid. So you need to counteract that. That's why the high alkaline waters have become so popular. But it can be detrimental as well. See, water is supposed to be base. And the air that we breathe, if you're looking at this scale here to my right-hand side of my screen, is between 7 and 8 because nitrogen and oxygen make up 99% of the air that we breathe. Nitrogen is 7, oxygen is 8. And the blood that you have in your body right now is about 7.3 to 7.4, meaning it's in the very beginning stages of the 7. It's base. So that should tell you, and this is everything in life now. This is angels and demons. The demons hang out in the acidic side, the lower 1, 2, 3 area, and then the angels hang out in the alkaline side, the 9, 10, and 11 area. If you go too high alkaline, you will die. You'll die. And if you go too acid, you will also die. You want to be slightly on the angelic side. 7.3, 7.4, which is the wolf. You want to be consistent with what your blood is, which is slightly alkaline, slightly love, slightly service to others. That's how this works. That's how that works. And you can buy the pH strips. I have them in my bathroom. You just pee on them and check your urine. Not your saliva, your urine. That checks the fluids of the body. And then when you get on a regimen and you kind of become a creature of habit and you get your nutrients, so the body needs 91 essential nutrients, and you get on these nutrients every day and you're giving the body the raw materials, and you're eating more of a plant-based regimen, more fruits and vegetables, more raw food, more whole foods. Like last night for dinner, if you want to even call it that. Last night for dinner, I had a bowl of mandarins, probably like about 8 of them, the little mandarins. I had a bowl of them. And I just had, I took a spoon and I put it in my bag of nuts, which was a mixture of pistachios and pecans and peanuts. And I just ate the nuts and I ate the fruit. That was my meal. And I ate it till I was satisfied. These are meals for me. And this is whole foods. That's what I would encourage all of you to start moving towards. Instead of grabbing the potato chips, grabbing, the whatever it is you're having that's processed, that's in a box or a package. It doesn't have to have, a meat and a starch it doesn't have to be that for a meal. And as a matter of fact, the less food you eat, the healthier you will become, as long as you're getting the 91 nutrients. I say that Because when you understand the not the biomechanics, when you understand the whole machinations of the body and how it works, every time you eat something, everything has to move. Digestion is not only an energy zapper, but it is putting miles on the organs of your body. Every time you eat, every time you start your car and drive it, you depreciate it. Every single time you drive it, every mile that goes on that odometer of your car makes it depreciate. Every minute of your life makes your life depreciate. So the name of the game is you want to avoid depreciation. And when you eat food to satisfy your ego, your primal, which is your stomach knocking at your door, feed me, your body depreciates. So in essence, the less food you eat, the better off you're going to be. But of course, there's a catch to that, because if you're not getting the 91 nutrients, the 60 minerals, the 16 vitamins, the omegas, the amino acids, if you're not getting those, well, then you're going to age even faster. So you got to cross that off the list, ladies and gentlemen. And what does this have to do with decoding? It has everything to do with it, because if you ain't in the right physical state, your mental state's going to be jacked. And you're not going to be healthy, your mind's not going to be healthy. And perhaps it's going to affect your downloads. Anyway, I don't want to get too much on nutrition because this is all about decoding your reality, but CMOS is great. Actually, Nick turned me on to that. Big shout out to Nick over at the Syncretism Society. I haven't used it, but maybe that's a little clue for me to start doing that. Yeah, Sabrina, yeah. Dying the healthiest is the best way to go. Exactly. Doc Michael, I've been drinking water in Mexico since age 11, and my doctor says I have the best white count he's seen in his life. Okay. I mean, there's always exceptions, but I wouldn't want to go with the averages. And I've tested the water here in Mexico, and the parts per million is atrocious. But maybe your body is able to counteract that. I wouldn't drink it. It's over 300 parts per million, which is absolutely shit. It's garbage water. It's nothing against the country of Mexico. It's just the water's absolutely terrible. The water I've tested here in Cancun and San Miguel, it's very, very bad water. But again, there are exceptions. People can convert things. There's miracles that happen in our bodies. So for you, Doc Michael, if it works for you, I'm not here to tell you to change that. Will I pull a card tonight, Frank? I will be doing a collective consciousness card pull. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to be doing individual cards, because then everybody's going to want one, and it's very challenging to get everybody. And then some people get upset because I don't get to them. They think I'm avoiding them. And so let's see. Let's see how it goes. Dr. CB's great, but I mean, if you go by his thing, man, you're just not, to me, you're not going to enjoy life, because he's like, don't have carrots. It's like, man, what can I eat then? I don't know. I'm a picky person, so I love Dr. CB. I think he's amazing, but I don't agree with everything that he says, because eventually you're going to die. It's just how fast are you going to do it, or how slow you're going to do it. Yeah, so Vaughn, when you measure water, you have these testers, and it'll measure how many parts per million that's in the water, which is basically how good or how bad the water is. And when it's really in the hundreds, it's really bad. Water should be below 10 parts per million. The water here in Cancun is 300 plus. So you do the math. I love the carrots. I drink carrot juice. It's high in vitamin A. I mean, I don't have them all the time, but I like carrots. Let me tell you right now, if you take a carrot and you compare it to some processed food, the carrot's going to come out on top. So it's like, what level or what gradient are you going to get at with nutrition? You know, if you eat just, I don't know, to me, man, like I said, what are the things that make us feel good? What makes the taste buds go crazy? What makes, you know, the satiation? It's the dead foods, all the foods that are not good for you. The cookies and the pastries and the sugars and the pizza and the wine and all the stuff that is not good for you, go figure, is what's going to make you decay faster. And all the things that are good for you, the things that taste nasty, the roots, not saying not all the good foods, because I love vegetables. I've been eating a ton of broccoli. But I'm saying is like, if you go on a healing binge, you get into these roots, burdock root and astragalus and all these, they taste nasty. Why wouldn't you make them taste like sugar? Think about these things logically now. Why would whatever created this reality, why wouldn't you at least create them taste halfway decent? Nope. They got to taste like ass. The things that heal you. Do you ever think about this kind of stuff? I do. Well, why is wine bad for you? I wouldn't say, remember, everything has a dualistic push-pull to it. So the people that are going to defend the wine, those that are wine drinkers, and people are going to defend what they do, what they identify with. You know what they're going to say? The ones that are really knowledgeable, well, there's resveratrol in it. And there's the Mediterranean diet. Whenever they, over in Europe, they drink it and they have low blood pressure and, But then if you study wine is acidic. Wine is acidic, just like coffee. And what does acid do to your body? What does acid do, period? Breaks down things faster. Because when you eat foods in your body, you have acid in your stomach. Your stomach is full of acid, but it has to buffer all that stuff in order for it to digest. So if you just keep feeding it tons of acids, and you're not getting the nutrients and your body is deficient of something, that's why a lot of you have stomach problems, digestion problems, because over time decays. Satan is time. The devil is time. It takes time for your body to break down. And then you get to 50 and then all of a sudden the plumbing doesn't work. All of a sudden you hit 50 and you have GERD, you have acid reflux. And typically acid reflux is because you don't make enough stomach acid. What a contradiction that is. And why do we not make enough stomach acid? Because of all the years of not getting the 91 essential nutrients. And then one day your body's like, I'm not doing this anymore. And now you're not going to get enough stomach acid in your stomach. And now you can't digest the food right. Then you get problems with leaky gut and you get problems with the plumbing in your bottom half. And it's not a good situation when we're labeling it as good or bad. Carbon 60. What's up, Bobby? This is a great person, Bobby. The great Bobby. Appreciate all your support, my friend. Much love to you there in New York. Carbon 60. Is that the liquid that David Wolf sells? That's the one I know of. I don't know. I haven't really studied it that much. I'm more of a guy, like I want to get the 91 nutrients every day because I know the body needs that. But then I want to feel it. Like if I get a bottle of Ginkgo Bilboa, I feel it. I feel it makes my circulation increase. Ginkgo does. So I like it. But if you take it every day and you take it for a year, 2 years straight, the same brand, you know what will happen? Your body's like, we need something new. So you got to do it and you got to let it go. You got to you take it and then, And then you just stop taking it for a while. Sabrina, you're funny. I love cookies and cakes, but I make it the healthy way. There is no healthy way to make cookies and cakes because they are acid. I hate to break that to you. There is no healthy way to make cookies and cakes because at the end of the day, when I take your cookie and cake, it will be an acid because it has flour in it. It's going to have sugar in it. If it doesn't have sugar, it's going to have honey in it, and that's all acid. So there's nothing healthy about cookies and cakes, no matter how you make them. I mean, I know you probably don't want to believe that because if you love this food, you're going to refute that. But let's just keep it real, right? Everything we eat makes your body move. That's as simple as I can get. When you put something in your mouth, the body has to move it through you, which is an energy zapper, and it puts miles on the organs. Anything you put in your body, something has to move it through the body to get rid of it. But again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're eating from the whole, like I love all your comments coming in, and I didn't even expect to be doing what's your question 33, but I guess we're on this nutrition thing here. But again, if it makes you happy, I'm not here to stand in your way. I'm just simply giving you the basic fundamentals of how the body works, having a degree in nutrition, knowing the body, being a competitive body. I mean, I've done so much in the correlations of the physical body and how it correlates to the mind and how everything moves and how it's just very simple. It's so simple with food. And I'm going to share that with you right now. And you should get in the practice, or you may want to get in the practice of doing this. Every time you end up grabbing something to eat, like here's my spoon in my bag of nuts. These are garbanzos, dried garbanzos. They're enchilado from Mexico. They're awesome. They're just garbanzo beans dried up, and I just eat them with fruit. The question that I ask myself is very simple. Is this food going to give me life, or is it going to take life from me? Which is it? Is it going to make my body decay faster or decay slower? Like right tonight, I'm like, I'm going to have a adult beverage. So I got this, I like this stuff. It's this purple, it's like I don't know, it's got alcohol in it. I have a drink from time to time. But this is absolute acid right here. Garbage. Food coloring, chemicals. And you'd be like, wait a minute, you actually have that? Yeah, because I like to enjoy life. But this right here, if you drink it every day, it's going to make you age a little faster. And the name of the game is to die a little bit slower every day. That's the name of the game. Because if you're not feeling the effects of anything physically right now, like if you're in a good bill of health and you think that's going to last, I know you're probably going to say, of course it's going to last. But you're just kidding yourself. Because aging is the very essence of not lasting when it comes to the prime. Like being in your prime. So you want to eat less foods that are dead. Like this is a dead food. And if I had I got broccoli ready to get cooked. I've been eating it almost every night. I'm talking a big head of broccoli. Steam it. Put olive oil, coconut oil, teriyaki sauce. I make my teriyaki sauce, sesame oil, maple syrup, and a little bit of liquid aminos by Bragg's. That's my teriyaki sauce. It's amazing. Just pour it over the broccoli. That's what I have for dinner. I have a huge just head of broccoli. That's it. And they're like, people look at me like, well, where's the meat? I don't need that. And I have so much energy because I'm plant-based. But that is me. And I don't force it on anybody, and I don't judge anybody for not being what I do. That's the level I'm at. I'm not interested in what you're doing to judge you. I don't care. If you want to go and do that, you're riding that bike. You're riding that journey, not me. I don't wake up in your shoes. I don't have to deal with your medical situation. You got to do it. I got my own life to live. So yes, Holly 74, it's moderation. Like, what does a moderator do? If I bring a moderator here in the chat, what is the job of the moderator? Moderation. Keep things in moderation. But even moderation at times doesn't work. Sometimes you have to go extreme. Sometimes, like if you go on the Gerson, any of you that have followed Gerson, Charlotte Gerson and her dad, Gerson Therapy, they have one here in Mexico. They actually had to open up a center in Mexico to heal people from like cancers, because you can't say that stuff in the United States. So they had to come to Mexico. And you go to their location and you have cancer. And cancer is just an overrun of acid. That's all it is. You have more bad guys in your body than you do good guys. You have more devils in your body than you do angels. Pretty simple. So you go to the Gerson Center, and not only do they just completely cut out any kind of demonic foods, and demonic foods, we got to have fun with this, are the processed foods, the lower chakra foods, the processed foods. Everything that tastes amazing and, is delicious and rich and extravagant, those are all devilish foods. And they're gonna strip you away from that, and you're gonna go on juices and everything angelic. It's gonna be a high alkaline diet because your body is so lower chakra. It's so acidic. They do enemas. They give you tons of juice. And it's strictly whole foods from the earth. That's how they heal you. And they have a high success rate. I'm a huge fan of the Gerson Therapy. Read a lot of their books. Anybody can heal themselves if you're willing to let go of the dead foods. The body is regenerating all the time. Every stage of your life, every minute, every second, your body is regenerating. It's just, are you giving it the raw materials to regenerate? And the body's so resilient. So when you're young, you may forego these things. You're like, oh, I just want to party. I just want to hang out with the devil. I just want my pizza and my cookies and my crackers and my potato chips and my popcorn. I'm going to go out to eat. I'm going to have the heavy oil and the butter. Oh man, I'm 21. I'm 25. I don't care. I can handle the devil. But when you put on, I'm 49, right? I've considered myself really healthy, but I'm not like I was when I was 21. I'm not as invincible as I once was. And why is that? Because Satan got a hold of me. What is Satan? Time. 20 years of time will start to make you decay. That's the devil. Because you're the devil. So when we're young, we don't think of these things. We just like, oh, it's okay. I'll just take all this stuff and I don't care. But when you're faced with adversaries of health issues, you have to start taking some necessary steps to correct these problems. So right now you're getting these messages, and we're talking about nutrition, and I love this stuff. This was my backbone of my life. I've been a nutritionist for a long time. I was a gym rat, competitive bodybuilding, worked in gyms, personal training, you name it, I did it with this kind of stuff. Worked in the stem cell industry in Los Angeles, healing people with stem cells, the exosomes. I love health and wellness. but it comes with mental health, because if you're physically not wealthy, you're going to not be healthy mentally. They go hand in hand. So I just, and I mean, part of my code, my snowflake, my cosmic blueprint, if I showed you my astrology chart, I mean, I have working out, and I'm a Scorpio rising in the Western, and the Scorpio is tied to the spinal cord. I had scoliosis tied to my medical astrology chart. It's all there for me. But I've been an avid health nut since I can remember. 16 years old, I started working out. My dad had weights in the cellar. I brought him up. I had a big mirror in my bedroom, and I started doing curls with the Easy Bar curl. That was the first exercise I did. I was obsessed. And then I went in the military, and when I went in the military, I was hooked on the gym. And I've been working out consistently since I was 19, and now I'm 49. So I have a lot of years at it. And when I went into the mystical side, the cards and astrology, I realized there is no separation of health and wellness and the mystical side of it and quantum realm. There's no separation of these things. Everything's from the source organic code. It's beautiful. Pamela, I had a spider, raven, and beaver visit me in a vision this morning. Interesting. You got the spider card, number 43. You got the raven, number 16. And you have the beaver, number 22. I don't even know what that adds up to. See, it's very interesting. I get kind of like dyslexic with my numbers sometimes. Like the basic stuff, I'm like, I missed the mark. It's really weird adding simple stuff up. I don't know why that is. So let's talk about this here. Someone, RD. RD says that semen retention is the key to physical, mental, and spiritual health. So let's talk about that. Because, I mean, Sandoz, he's big on that. And I will say, I just don't agree with that. And the reason why I say that is because if you look around this reality that we're all playing out, everybody's humping. Maybe not you, but I'm saying is the majority of people, there's a lot of humping going on. And there's a lot of procreation going on. And the one thing that keeps this game alive is procreation. And if everybody stopped procreating, this reality would not exist. Now, I know there's an abuse of it because I see people just pumping babies out and I'm like, man, you can't even afford the baby you have now and you're pumping out 2 more kids. It's like, come on. But it's not my time to judge this situation. But I see her in Mexico. But this reality needs players and it's designed to procreate. So you're going to get people the white tantra and all hold it in and all this kind. But like, folks, you're born to release it. I mean, I know people personally that have a very high sex drive. And if you were to go to tell them, say, oh no, it's wrong for you to release that, they'll look at you like you're crazy. Not for them, it's not. So what I'm trying to just allude to here, folks, is what may work for you and your that's why I'm so big on make the truth your own. What works for you and your truth may not work for someone else and their truth. So when we say, oh, holding your semen is healthy for you, maybe for you, but not for somebody else. And there's no standard on this. There can't be a standard on that. Because procreation is a part of keeping this game moving. That's all I got to say about that. But I mean, I was just talking to a friend of mine today about the chakras and sex. And let me just really quickly show all of you. Here's this chart right here is I use this for my readings. When I do my readings. And in the very middle, this is a scaled down version of the pH scale. Because the pH scale goes from 1 to 14 and 7 is in the middle. When you scale it down, 4 is in the middle. So 7 becomes alkaline and 1 becomes acidic. The base anyway. But I was just telling somebody, like, most people on the world stage, they live in the lower 1, 2, and 3 chakra levels. That's where they hang out. And a big part of the Mr. Smiths on the world stage want to keep you in the lower chakras. That's what keeps the game alive when it comes to service to self. So in the very middle is your heart, and it's green, and the color green is the number 20 through numerology. 20 is the judgment card in the tarot. It means balance. And if you hang out too much in the higher realms, the 5, 6, and 7s, you're going to be unbalanced there. So when somebody says, oh yeah, I'm a light worker and I'm all for that's crazy. You work in the light. You ain't a light worker. You work in the light. There's nothing light about you. You're a spirit slowed down into physical matter. You're just a piece of resistance that's caused by a disturbance in the magnetic field and the electric fields moving. And you're constantly moving from the 5, 6, 7 to the 3, 2, 1. Constantly. If your stomach starts to growl and said, feed me the pizza, feed me the spaghetti and meatballs, I want the lasagna. That's feeding your acidic side, your lower chakras. Your spirit doesn't need anything. It's your ego that needs everything. Your primal. Your primal wants to have sex. Your primal wants to ejaculate. Your primal wants the pizza. Your primal wants the cookies and cakes and brownies. Not your upper chakras. They don't need any of that. They want the knowledge. They want the wisdom, the occult, the secret stuff. Because 5, 6, and 7 is alkaline. And 3, 2, and 1 is acidic. It's really simple, folks. It's really simple to see this kind of stuff. You just got to know what you're looking for. And these chakras should show all of you that. All right. So, yeah, crypto starling. Your testicles make several million sperm per day. If you were not meant to release that, then it wouldn't produce those. Your body would not produce sperm if there was no need to release it. If everybody never released it anymore, there would be no need for it. We just got to have fun with this, folks, because this life is ridiculous. It's just a big joke. Go, if you want to get a good laugh, go watch the show on Netflix called The Good Place. Go watch The Good Place. You want to hear a joke about it? The Good Place. Let me just show it to you. I want to just, because I'm able to do this, but here's the guy. Let me just show you real quick. This guy right here is the guy they casted to play God, the architect, in The Good Place. The Good Place is about when you die and you go to the good place. Life after death. And Ted Danson, they casted to play God. And his name in the show is Michael. the creator of the show is Jewish based. Think about what I'm telling you. The creator of the show has a Jewish background, which means he probably is linking to the Torah, the Old Testament. He casted this guy to play God, which is the architect of The Good Place. And Ted Danson was born on December 29th. December 29th, when you go look at the cards, is the card called the Two of Hearts, which is the duality of fire. It's duality. And if you take his name right here, Edward Bridge Danson III, and you go put it into the Gematrinator right here, you're going to get the number 67. And 67, ladies and gentlemen, is the 19th prime number, and 19 means the sun. Means the sun. So these people aren't casting these people based upon this methodology I'm showing you. This is the organic source code playing out. And it's just ridiculous. Go watch the show, The Good Place, if you want to get a laugh. If you want to get a really good laugh about this reality, how much of a joke it is, go watch that show. It's really, really cool. Yeah, the good place is really hell. Exactly. You're in hell. You're trying to, that's why I say make heaven out of hell. You're in hell. That's what we're in. And the whole show is based upon like, oh, I'm going to match you up with the love of your life. But the joke is, no, the partner you get is going to be a nightmare for you. And you're going to have that honeymoon stage where it's going to be all warm and fuzzy and beautiful. And then after a year, you're going to get hit with a Mack truck hitting you. Like, whoa, you're not the person I met 6 months ago. What the hell happened? Yeah, what did happen? So it's just so funny. This whole reality is it's just hilarious. It's funny. Thanks everybody for joining me tonight. I appreciate all of you. I really appreciate all of you. All right, so let's get into some of your comments. What does it mean? Ari's asking, what does it mean if I am unable to visualize like I see black when I try? Well, it's just like anything else. Why can't you make a symphony out of the piano when you first play it? Because you haven't had enough practice at it. So you got to practice every day. See, meditation, which is what everybody should be doing on a daily basis, 10 minutes a day, throw on your headphones, close your eyes, observe your thoughts. Now you can focus on your breathing and do all that kind of stuff. But I feel like meditation is a matter of you close these off. These are your devils. This is what causes all your deception. And these two. But you put on some music, I like rain and thunder. And then you just, what am I thinking about? What's coming into my mind? The best scenario that I can tell all of you is when you go to the airport and you're picking up your luggage, you know, when it starts to come out on the conveyor belt and you're looking for your piece of luggage, and all the other luggage that you see coming out, you don't really pay any attention to it because it's not your piece of luggage. That's how you meditate. You see, you start to observe your luggage, your thoughts. And you'll start to notice that a lot of the things, when you first start out anyway, a lot of the things you think about are ridiculously stupid. They have no bearing on making you a better person. You close your eyes like, oh my God, what am I going to get Josie for her birthday? Oh, I got to go buy dog food tomorrow. Oh God, I got to feed the dog. I got to take him for a walk. How long am I going to go? Where am I going to go on for a walk? Oh, I got to go change the oil in the car. Oh man, I got to get that paper out on my desk at work. Oh, I totally forgot about that. These are the thoughts you're going to have. This is life getting in the way that have no bearing on making you a better person. But when you do it consistently, day in and day out, day in and day out, then you start to have objectives. And then you can get into using your imagination. When you block out life, like let's say you have a objective to think about. Let's just say you want to go on vacation. And you close your eyes. Like right now, if all of you just close your eyes, okay, we're going to go on vacation right now. Where do you want to go? Well, I want to go to the Dominican Republic. Why do you want to go there? What's got you enamored about the Dominican? Well, there's this waterfall that I saw in a picture. And I really want to visit that waterfall. And I can just say, what does it look like? Oh, it's massive. It's big. And there's just all this beautiful, lush vegetation around. And you have to walk like a mile through the trail. What does the trail look like? And you start to look, and then you start to create this vision in your mind. And then, okay, great. Where do you want to stay? Well, I really can afford a 4-star hotel, so I want to stay there. And I want to get an all-inclusive where I have everything there. I don't have to worry about buying. Okay, great. And then what kind of airline do you want to fly? Well, I want to fly first class because I can afford that. What does that feel like? Well, I'm going to get on the plane. I'm going to get offered drinks. Folks, that's creative visualization. Yet the majority of the world does not ever do that. Why? Because they're too busy on the frivolous bullshit of life. Oh, I got to feed the dog. Oh, I got to go get dog food. Oh, I got to change the oil in the car tomorrow. Oh, I got to take Peggy for her knitting class. That is not being constructive with your visualization. Yet that's what the majority, and then if people aren't doing that, and I see this all the time, I see a lot of people, I see them in the posts. Oh, did you see Russia invaded Ukraine? And Putin, I think Putin's a good guy. And then, oh my God, the big C thing has left the building. It's not here anymore. Oh, the Red Sox, they're going to win the show. Or are you going to win the game? Are you betting on them? You wouldn't believe what's going on over in Russia right now. Oh, I can't believe they're going to pass that. That's just unbelievable. Can you believe they're going to pass that? This stuff right here is sucking the freaking life out of you. It's sucking the life out of so many people. And they just love it. They love giving their energy away to things that they never get anything in return, ever. And they wonder why their life is not the way they want it. Because they're being siphoned on a daily. And they do nothing about it. They just get sucked into it. And their fuel gets siphoned. And they're just, they're going to sleep and they're filling their tank back up. And then they'll get on the phone and they'll have an hour conversation with somebody about the war in Ukraine. I can't believe oh my God, you can't believe what happens over there. It's like, and I'm not poo-pooing on the people that are being affected. And then some people are saying it's not even happening. Like it's fake and it's what? And they're talking about that stuff. It's just all a big distraction. And it's just a bunch of static that you're giving all your energy to. And a lot of you spend hours just giving all your energy away. And you do it daily. Imagine if you had 2 hours extra a day. What would you do with those 2 hours? You know what some people would do? They'd be sitting on Facebook. And they'd be scrolling through the tabloids. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I can't believe that. Oh, that's interesting. That's what they would spend their 2 hours with. Imagine you got 2 hours extra a day to do whatever it is that you want to do with it. You know what the majority of people would spend it on? Bullshit. Stupid things that just get you sucked into Maya. Maya's the great illusion. They would just gladly say, hey, they would call it Mr. Smith. Hey, Mr. Smith, you want to come over and visit for a little bit? And let me just give you the 2 hours that I got. I'll just give it to you. That's what the majority of people are doing on the world stage. They're being influenced by a bunch of crap. And I'm not immune to this because I catch myself. I catch myself doing it. So I'm not immune to it. I'm not sitting on the outside saying I'm better than anybody. But I consciously know it, and then I catch myself and I'm like, nope, it's going to stop. I spend an awful lot of time sitting on my ass in this chair right now that you see me at with this background, and I'm decoding. And that to me is constructive. But then you have a lot of people that sit on their ass and they just pay attention to Mr. Smith. And it's not constructive for the benefit of mankind. But everybody's on their own personal journey. And who am I to tell anybody anything anyway? So it's just a big contradiction. And that's why life's a joke. But if you're here, you're supposed to be here listening to this message, or maybe reading. So you may read one little thing in the message box from people and be like, that was your clue tonight. See, every day you wake up, you're like, okay, today, what is life going to bring me today? What's my message for the day? Okay, I'm ready. What do you got for me today? Life's amazing. Can't wait to start my day. What do you got for me, life? Show me something. Spice my life up a little bit. I'm bored. You know? It's just, life is just, well, Sabrina, you got to work on that. So much negative things keeps you, see, if you're, folks, a big key to this is if something is making you irritable or angry, you got to work on that because that's your reaction to the action. You got to work on your reaction. That means that you're giving your energy to the action. If something pisses you off, guess what's getting that energy? The thing that's pissing you off. Essentially, what you're doing is you're feeding it. You're giving your energy away because you're angry at it. You got to fix that. If you want to have a better life, have a better experience, you need to neutralize that. And how do you do that? Well, maybe like a lot of people, I tell people, if you can't watch the debate if like the two presidents get up and they do their debates, if you can turn on the debate and not get emotionally involved with it, that's a win. But if you turn on politics and you get angry, you get upset, or you emotionally attach yourself to that, you lose. You're playing the game. So how do you solve that? Well, until you can be mature enough to sit there and watch that without getting emotionally involved, don't turn it on. No, I just challenged somebody. I won't mention anybody's names. This person's heavily involved with the mainstream. So I said, turn it off. 60 days, I challenge you. Don't turn on the mainstream. Don't turn on your social media. But I guarantee you that person will not do it. Why? Because they love that stuff. They love it. Keeps them going. It's their gas. So I'll pose the question to you. What's your gas? What gets you off? What's your fuel? What keeps you going? Do you need external sources? If things piss you off, you're actually the fuel for that. That pisses you off. You're being siphoned. So if you look at something negative on the world stage and you get angry at that, you're giving your energy to it. Congratulations. You don't want to be in that space. You just want to look at it and say, okay, that's just the way it is. Or If you can't do it, then just don't watch it. So you want to be neutral. If you get angry, you're going to be acid. And you will feed the 666. You don't have to be a praying monk or a Buddhist or an angel or have wings on your back to negate negativity. You just got to sit in the middle and say, okay, that's just, I can see them doing their job, as I call it. I can see them doing what they're doing. And then you look over and you see the white hats. Oh, it's the white hats are going to come in and they're going to take out the people in the underground and all. And I listen, folks, there's corrections going on. Like, I know there's child trafficking. I know that's been going around for a long time. The adrenochrome and all these, do you think that's just like new? That's been going on for a long time. It's just that when you look at life, we're at this stage, we're at the top of the pyramid now. Everything is speeding up. When you get to the apex of the pyramid, it gets more acute. You're at the end of a cycle. You have the crazy loony bin. It gets wackier and crazier. How do you detract from that? Turn it off. Just turn it off. I mean, those of you that have been stuck inside, like I see a lot of people, you know what? They're mad that they're in prison. Like all the pandemic, it's this, it's rather than complain and give it more energy, because that's what you're doing. You're complaining about the pandemic, and then you're actually giving it your energy every time you talk about it. It's siphoning your energy, and you're just giving it more gas, keeping it alive. Rather than doing that, folks, stop doing that and put your energy into something constructive. Like if you're indoors for 6 months and you can't go out, study a foreign language for 6 months. Put all your energy in that basket. And when the doors open back up, because they will, you come out as a bilingual person. Nope, but that's not the world. That's not the way the world works. You know what the majority of people are going to do? They're going to come out of the gates still complaining. It's not going to be good enough. They may rejoice, but then there's going to be something that's going to replace that, and they're going to complain about that. And they're just going to siphon their energy onto that. So if you just take those 2 hours that you're just giving your energy away to, and you bring it into your own self, and you work on you, and you become whatever. Study a foreign language, take up a musical instrument, study a course, become a master at something. You will take the energy that you normally gladly give away to things that are not giving you anything in return, and you're going to put it into your life, and you will emerge and you will level up. But that's, there's a select few that will do that. The reaction is your demise. Just remember what I'm saying. Your reaction to what's going on the world stage is making you decay faster. It's to your demise. Even if somebody in your family is trying to get a reaction from you, and they're maybe not even trying, they're just doing their life. Like, hey, it's my life. I'm gonna go get this thing. It's my life. I can do whatever I want. I don't gotta listen to you. But then you react to it. Oh, if you go get that, we're gonna. It's like you're just giving your energy away. Just let them go do them. You'll have so much more peace in your life, folks. You'll have so much more peace in your life. Sweet and sour. That's right. If everybody just stopped feeding the system, things would change. That's right. You see, because everything in this reality is essentially an archetype. You are an archetype. I am an archetype. Decode Your Reality is an archetype. Democrats is an archetype. Republicans are an archetype. And the reason why these archetypes get energy is because they market, and then people will gladly give their energy. They just give their gas away. Hey, just take my gas. Here you go. Oh, you can just have my gas. It's okay. And then they just don't even realize that the resistance or pressure they're pushing back on this, they're just giving their gas away. Or have they just said, forget that? As Sweet and Sour said, it would just collapse, just like that. But nobody has most people don't have the brains for that. They can't comprehend these kind of concepts. They don't know how magic works. Whew, all right. See, I think being involved in the Matrix, it's like, I don't think we can help that, because essentially you're in the hive mind. You're born into that. It's just a matter of how do you stay in the circle without, and just having a toe in versus being all in. So Ashley saying, anyone who let their family members get you know what. See, Ashley, there's no letting anybody. See, there's no force on family members. You are an individual in an individual game, and it's your life, and you're not responsible for anybody. I don't care if they're blood. Doesn't matter how closely tied you are to your blood. Brother, sister, siblings, mother, father, cousin. You walk alone, you die alone. You may have somebody on the side of you, but essentially when you die, your eyes close and that's it. You don't die with somebody else. You're not responsible for other people's lives, but we've been programmed for that. Hang on one sec, folks. Okay. I don't even like using this V word anyway. It's just like that. Remember, that's on its way out. That's on its way out, by the way. It's on its way out. Yeah, it's just people are going to do what they want anyway. Yeah, folks, it's like, I will just challenge all of you. How much of your gas do you give away? How much? I'm trying to gather gas. My energy, my gas is very valuable to me. My currency. I don't know about you, but for me personally and everything that I teach and share with other people, I don't even want to use the word teach, but share, is that your energy and your currency is very valuable. So are you just giving it away? See, if you turn into the mainstream, you're giving it your energy. You can't tune into CNN.com and not give it your energy. That's not possible. It's a machine. Any news, any mainstream, movies, music, sports, they're all part of the machine. And if you and again, it's inevitable. You cannot avoid it. It's you. How much? It's just, what are you giving to? What archetypes are you giving to? You know, I had a friend or I have a friend who lives in Los Angeles. And last year, I think it was, this person started to go to a church. Like one of those fun ones. You know, like you just feel good when you go there. And his life starts to change. Like he literally starts to notice a difference in his whole livability. So what do we chalk that up as? Well, everything's an archetype. That archetype, that church that he goes to, works for Team Yoda. It's designed to raise your frequency. It charges you up. You know, when I was in Texas, I lived in Texas for 6 months. I lived outside the Fort Worth area, and I got to go to this mega church called Fellowship Church. When I say mega, I'm talking you go there and it's like the stage is professional musicians. I mean, you're talking a concert before you even get the pastor to come out and give you the message. It's just amazing there. Fellowship Church in Grapevine, Texas. And the pastor's name is Ed, and he is absolutely amazing at what he does. So you go there and it's like everybody's all warm and friendly. Hey, you know, and it's all just love and smiles and patting on the back and hugs. And so who wouldn't want that kind of energy? If you're feeling like shit and you go there and you're like, oh my God, these people are all just happy and fun. That's addiction. You get addicted to that kind of energy. Why would you not want to continue to do that? So if you need that kind of energy, and you want an archetype to give you the food that you need, you visit that kind of place. It doesn't mean it's bad or it's deceiving you. It's a tool. That's what it is. It's a tool. But how am I to refute my friend who goes to this place, this church in LA, and tells me my life's just getting better. I feel better. What am I going to say? Oh, you're full of shit. You're lying. Nah, you ain't getting better. What? So again, folks, if you're not feeling the way you want to feel, you got to make some changes. I got to write on my website, to change your life, you got to change your life. And it's always a push-pull here. It's always angel and demon. Always going on all the time. And if you just analyze your life personally, some of you, not saying all of you now, and I'm not pinpointing anybody out, some of you will notice, if you really analyze your life and you're authentic with yourself, you're feeding the demons. I know a lot of you ain't going to tolerate what I'm saying here. You're not going to accept that. But if you're involved in the mainstream and that's all fear-based energy. Even the biblical stuff is fear. It's keeping you in the game. That's what it does. You know, it's very possible that there's a boss of this reality and its job is almost over. It's about to lose its job. And a new boss is going to come in. Maybe. But I just will encourage all of you, if your life is just not where you want it to be, then stop doing what you're doing. Because it's not going to get better if you keep doing the same things. Anyways. Yeah, Grapevine, Texas, Fellowship Church. It's a beautiful place. I mean, they got it dialed in, but then you get there and remember there's it's all holiday based, and holiday based stuff. Who knows where those customs came from? You could break that down. You could break it down. Easter, they're big in that, and Christmas and all. And folks, if you go study these holidays, where'd they come from? What's the origins of them? They're all tied to keep you in the game. A lot of you here right now, you celebrate Christmas, you celebrate Easter, you celebrate all the holidays, and you'll defend those because you celebrate them. It's part of your life. You were programmed from birth to wake up and celebrate the holidays and the festivities. I see it. And I'm not here to tell you that you're wrong to do it, but just what are you giving your energy to? What do those things mean? I mean, obviously, Santa Claus, as I have said in my decode many times, Santa Claus is the representation of the architect or architects coming down here and becoming man. That's why Santa Claus starts at the chimney, at the top of your roof, and comes down into the living room, and he's got presents. And what is presents? They're gifts. And the present moment is the gift of life. That's kind of what the message is. But that's the whole thing of Santa Claus. It's the descending process down to become man or woman. And I also encourage you, because someone had posted crypto Proverbs 23:7. I want to encourage all of you just to remember this, okay? The Bible is just one book of many ancient texts. The Bible is just one book of many ancient texts, and many of you that are really involved with the Bible have never read the other ancient texts. You haven't even picked them up. You haven't even given them a fair share, haven't given them a fair read. And as I said in my last Genesis Pi Revelation, every ancient text is a spell book. That's what they are. Every book is a spell book. When you read it, you cast the words, which are spells, and you give it your energy. And when you give your energy to words that you speak in your mind, they become thoughts or things, and you help manifest them. So the most popular book on the world stage, what happens when you have the most popular spell book on the world stage and you got everybody reading from it? Not everybody, but those that partake in it. You help the spells come true. It doesn't mean it's the only spell book that's happening on the world stage. There are plenty of Taoists and Buddhists that believe in the Vedas and the Upanishads. They don't believe in the Bible. They don't listen. They don't read about it. Who's right? Well, if you know how the reality works, both are right. And someone from a Christian base that follows the Bible that says, oh, well, the Upanishads or the Vedas, those are bullshit, obviously does not realize how this reality works. There is no superiority in this, folks, because everything inside this reality, which is a self-contained system, is all part of the same source. So pick what you like. What do you like? I think I'm going to wear a Gratitude Junkie shirt today. Great. And someone's going to nitpick about this shirt. I get people nitpicking about my videos because they don't like this, or they don't like the way I talk, or they don't like the way I say folks, or they don't. There's always going to be somebody persecuting you for what you choose to do. And then you may react to those pieces of persecution. And guess what happens when you react to them? You essentially give your energy away. You end up decaying faster because you siphon your energy to the reaction that you give to somebody who's giving you resistance, which is going to involve Ohm's law. Voltage, currency, resistance. And that's what we all offer. We all offer resistance, which is kind of ironic today because today is this card, which this is the resistance. Taking the world and carrying it on your shoulders. This is the resistance card. We are the resistance. Human beings are. Fist of the North Star, Joe, is that I know that Fist of the North Star. Is that that's a cartoon, is it not? It's an old one. I've watched that before. Fist of the North Star. I think I've seen that. Oh, what's up, Lena? Just going through your comments. Fist of the North Star. I've seen that. I think that's pretty amazing. I'll have to check it out because I know that. Fist of the North Star. It's a cartoon. I know that for sure. You know, I had talked about this with Jordan over at Waters Above Crypto. We were talking about this, and this was on the download. We weren't, not on the download, but we weren't recording this. And we had postulated, and we're probably going to, I think our next topic is going to be on religion and cults. I think that's what we agreed upon. But we had postulated the aspect of like, okay, can you imagine when the human species first came into existence? And how the hell does that look? Because what doesn't make sense to me is you have Adam and Eve, two human beings, and then now you have Chinese, Japanese, you have European, you have Native American, you have African American, you have all these different ethnicities. How the hell you get that from two people? How do you get that happen? That makes no sense. So to me, that just throws the whole damn story out the window. It's dumb if you ask me. Doesn't make any sense. So something ain't right. But anyway, is it possible, like, again, everything starts off as a baby, it becomes pure, and then over time, what happens? It becomes polluted. Kind of like all of us. When you're born, if you're born healthy, everything works. The plumbing works good. The bowel movements are good. There's no bladder issues, no lung issues, no breathing issues. You got 20/20 vision. You got great hair, great fingernails growing, great toenails growing. Skin's supple, skin's fresh. And then over time, what does time do? Time is Satan, the devil. Time ends up making you decay. And then you put 50 years on this body. I got almost 50 years on this body. Shit ain't the same anymore. That's because time did that. And so if you take that idea and you put that into every construct in this reality, it's going to work the same way. Maybe the church was like a baby when it first started out. And it didn't have any impurities. And over time, it got infiltrated. And that infiltration is through time. That's what time does. I mean, if you just go study pathogens, you know what a pathogen is? If you just go study pathogens, who made pathogens? What's the job of a pathogen? Its job is to invade the body and break it down. It's like the villain and the superhero, and then you got your immune system and your white blood cells to go after the pathogens. Something to that effect. But what made the pathogen? What makes the prey? What makes the predator? It ain't us. We just follow the script. You don't got to tell your white blood cells what to do. If you have pathogens or bacteria coming into your body, you ain't going to tell your white blood, hey, get to work. It's time to get up and go to work. Alarm clock's going off. Got a job to do. You don't sit there and consciously do that. You don't have to. Why? Because your body's programmed to automatically do it. So does that just stop there? No, I think this whole reality is programmed that way. I think I just lost my thought on that, but I think I was talking about things starting out pure, and then over time they become infiltrated, and then they become, the Kali Yuga sets in, and we're in the dark age and all that kind of stuff. Jeremiah, right now we're in year number 5,782. We're moving into 5,783 on the Jewish calendar. This is the Rosh Hashanah coming up in September. We're moving into the 50th Golden Jubilee year. 5,783, those of you that have been paying attention, is the 759th prime number. 759. 59 is the game of life. 59 is contract with time, which is what we all have. We all have a contract with time. Life and death, contract with time. And this upcoming Rosh Hashanah is going to move us into the 50th Golden Jubilee year. It's not the first one. We've had one before, 50 years ago. So we're moving into a new cycle. And I just will encourage all of you just to please think of this. It's very possible that we are all creating our own individual fractals. Meaning, whatever you believe in, whatever it is the dominant energy in your mind, is what will manifest on your stage. It may not manifest on my stage. It may not manifest on your stage, what I believe. But it's possible that you are creating your own fractal. And it's something to think about. And again, if you just disassociated with everything that you believe, if you just got rid of it, just left it alone for a while, what do you think would happen to your life? It would change. It's not even a matter of if it would change. It would change. But our identity, our devil, which is the trap. The trap is Mr. Smith, Maya, the game, the mainstream. And it says in that song, when I played it in the beginning with the Elvis, I'm caught in a trap. I can't get out. I love you too much, baby. You know what he was saying, Elvis? You know what he was saying with that? Yeah, let's play it again. Here we go. Hang on. Let's do it. Here we go. Let's just do this for fun. This is this song right here, man. I'm telling you, this is Caught in a Trap.
I can't walk out.
I can't walk out. It means I can't get out of the game.
Because I love you too much, baby.
Because I love you too much, baby. What does he love?
Why can't you see
Why can't you see what you're doing to me?
what you're doing to me?
Yeah. I know he's singing about a girl.
When you don't believe
But the thing about it is, as I mentioned earlier in this transmission in the very beginning after playing this song, was it's the masculine chasing the feminine. The fallen angel story is they're coming down to mate with the females. It's all masculine chasing the female tail. And that's the trap, and that's Pandora's box. Pandora's feminine. And then the song's called Suspicious Minds. You're suspicious of something. That's what the clue is here. That's what this song means. It's the trap is playing the game. It's getting invested in the courts. I got to go to court. I got to go the mainstream. Oh, did you hear what ABC News says? That's all the trap. That's Pandora's box. Folks, I don't know if you can see this, but this is what's going on the world stage. Some of you love Pandora's box. You love it. You love it. All right. Anyway, it's just fun because, like I said, it's a joke. The whole reality is a damn joke. But the trap is the game. And the game is Pandora's box. And if you study mythology and Pandora, and those of you that have not studied Pandora's box, I will encourage you to go read about Pandora's box and the whole story behind that. Fascinating. And Pandora's box is 45 in numerology. And let me just be really transparent. Let me just show you the card. Here is, hold on. Pandora's box is 45 in numerology. Here it is. It's the Nine of Cups. 9 means endings and completions. This is wishes and dreams and hopes fulfilled. Yeah, because Pandora's box is a beautiful thing, right? But it's hell. So anything materialistic is in hell. It's like, oh, I'm going to go manifest the new car right there. Pandora's box, the 9 of Cups. That's what it is. So the trap is Pandora's box. And that's tied to the story of Prometheus and his brother Epimetheus. The forethought and the afterthought, which is tied to us. That's what we are. I think we're more of the Epimetheus than we are Prometheus. Prometheus gave us the information, forethought, and then afterthought is Epimetheus. That's us, tied to the pineal gland. If you've seen my pineal gland decoded, we're the afterthought. But we work symbiotically with Prometheus. Lena, we love the game. That's right. That's why it's the trap. That's why Elvis is singing, I'm caught in a trap. I love you too much, baby. That's right. You love the game. We love the game. You keep coming back to the game. I know a lot of people would say, no, I don't love the game. I whatever, but I mean, there's exceptions to everything. All right, let me just quickly, you guys ready to see some sneak peeks? I got a couple to show you. Let me just get a couple yays and I will. Oh, Ryan in the house. What's up, brother? Jerry, nice to have you. Tropical Rat, nice to have. So a lot of these funny avatars. Bob, Joe, Jeremiah, Dom, Lena, D348, Meme, Hallie74, Sweet and Sour, Lisa, Pamela, Free Agent, Sabrina, Patriot Eagle, Ben Martin, MyFlip74. A lot of new names in here. Thanks all of you for joining in tonight. John Steele from Rhode Island. So nice to have all of you. I'm going through all your names. Very cool. Crypto Sterling, David _ Surfer Dude. Wow, a lot of great decoders in here. Ethan and I'm not sure if Jordan joined in. Bobby, Christine, Anna, Chris. Anna, Ryan, DeBeer, or DeBo. If I mispronounced your name, my apologies. Sammy, Rachel, Claire. A lot of new faces, new names. Thanks everybody for joining in. This is awesome. Dominique, you guys are all welcome. Thank you so much for joining in. Flayo Fish, nice to have you. We got Nigel from the Devil's Playground in here. Nice to have you. What's up, Big Nige from the great country of China? So this is what I love about technology, bringing everybody together here in one lump sum. It's awesome. Infinite Gabe. Infinite Gabe, I'm not sure if this means anything. Been seeing 33 a lot. It's a challenging question to give you an answer to because I'd have to look at your life and that's a big question. Like I'm seeing this all the time. It's like you got to keep track of these numbers and then kind of decode yourself. So I would encourage you to go and watch how to decode yourself. And I have a new course coming out. It's going to be kind of like decode yourself on steroids. That's going to be pretty amazing. I'm looking forward to that. Holly 74, Greasy, Servando, Steve Smith, Dom Lynch. Oh, you got Alaska. Alaska in the house. Cool. All right, so let me just give you guys a little sneak peek taste of some of the upcoming decodes that I have. Well, before I do that, when I shared my screen, those of you that have been here, when I shared my screen, did you see the full screen? I want to get a yes on that so I know that I'm got my screen locked in right. Can someone just give me a yay or nay? Did my screen look, did you see everything on my screen when I shared my screen? It's going to probably take a second. Let me just see what you guys get. Cyberpunk. Maximus, what's up, brother? Okay, cool. So I got yeses from you guys. All right. So here we go. Let me just give you guys a sneak peek of my, look, as you can see, this is what my life looks like. I have all these upcoming decodes coming out. These are some of my folders. So I'm going to be showing you guys the Superstar Decoded Part 3, and this one I'm pretty excited about, Computer. So I guess I'll just start with this one here. And I'm going to show you how we got the computer. And it really starts with this gentleman right here. Many of you watched the movie they made about this gentleman, played by Benedict Cumberbatch, who was Doctor Strange. But it's this dude right here, Alan Matheson Turing. He was supposedly the first guy to create the computer. Not the commercial one, because that's going to be the EINAC machine, which I'm going to have included in this decode. But this guy right here is the father of the computer, the creator of it, first machine. And just simply doing his numerology. And I want you to really use critical thinking about what I'm showing you here. It's a 61 tied to the element promethium, and promethium was the Titan who stole fire from the gods and gave it to the humans. So think about what I'm showing you on this connection. Alan Turing creates the computer. Prometheus steals fire and supposedly molded human beings out of clay. So he was kind of the father of us. So you have the Titan Prometheus matching with Alan Turing and his numerology. And you have the Titan stealing fire, which is wisdom, giving it to Alan Turing, who makes the computer, who is now passing the wisdom of the human being experience to artificial intelligence created by man. How about that? Think about what I'm showing you here, just with this slide. Crazy. So when you take his name and you combine it with Prometheus in the original Greek, and you add them up, you're going to get 190, which is one of the weights of osmium, the Wizard of Oz. Think about what I'm showing you here now. When you combine the two, Prometheus gives the knowledge to Turing, or comes down and becomes man, or ends up tapping into his brain and gives him the knowledge to create the computer, and they become the Wizard of Oz. So if you look at this more deeply, you'll see, and this operating system is huge. If you saw my decode on the Wizard of Oz, I showed this. Operating system is 56. When you bring that into the string of the golden ratio, it's going to fall at the 30 and 31st digit if you don't count the 1.6. If you just don't count the 1 point, it's 30 and 31. 30 plus 31 is 61. And that goes right back to Alan Matheson Turing, his name. 56 is tied to what does a computer use? An operating system. So think about what I'm showing you here. His operating system is 56. And you bring that into the string of the golden ratio, stealing fire, the golden ratio, the sun, giving it to humans. And it's found at the 30 and 31st decimal digit, which adds up to 61, which is this guy's name. You think this guy had a life of his own? This guy was being used to create the computer. So his birthday, June 23rd. Look at what day of the year it is. 174th day of the year, tied to the element lutetium. Then you get Lucifer into this. So is Lucifer Prometheus? Lucifer's known as the light bringer. What is Prometheus all about? Stealing fire, which is light, which is wisdom, which is gnosis, and giving it to the humans. And it's tied to this guy's birthday? What are the odds of that? And then his birth card, June 23rd, is the 7 clubs card. And why I'm showing this to you, and why this is so very important, is because 71 is the 20th prime number. And there's his birth card. So who do you think was using this guy? You think this guy had a life of his own? Not according to the code I'm showing you here. This guy was born to develop this. And then it went into the ENAC machine, which I'm going to be getting into in another decode. I mean, in deeper decodes of this computer decoded. So there's the starting point. I'm going to get into the superstar, but let's get a couple of your comments. What do you guys think of that? I mean, folks, the computer decoded, it's deep. It's deep. This source code is not playing around. It's just not playing around. But that was just a sneak peek of the computer decoded, and I have so much more. I'm going to be bringing in the creators of the first commercial computer tied to IBM and built and made in the great state of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, which has a latitude longitude of 39 degrees north and 75 degrees west, and 39 and 75 are directly numbers tied to Lucifer, the original spellings of Lucifer, which is hell. HYLL is 39 and 75, respectively, in the numerology ciphers. And that is the latitude longitude of Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, which is you're going to get into Venus there. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed that. All right, let me get into, let's get into my last sneak peek, and then we're going to pull some cards. All right, let's get into the sneak peek of the Superstar. This one right here is going to be a lengthy decode. It is extremely valuable, what I'm about to show you guys with the full decode, to show you more undeniability of the organic code always working in the background. So here we go on this one. So if you study the sun, science will tell you that 3/4 of the sun's mass consists of two elements, hydrogen and helium. And then you got smaller quantities of oxygen, carbon, neon, etc., etc. So it's hydrogen and helium are the two main components of the sun. And when you do hydrogen and helium, you're going to get the number 56. Remember what operating system was in the computer. Here it is, operating system. So what do you think the operating system in the as above is? Well, it's the sun, obviously. And the sun comes down, becomes man, and we make the computers, and the information goes into the computers, and now we have a computer, and we call it artificial intelligence. Artificial is 25, just like the word yellow, which is primarily the sun, the color of the sun. I know it's white, but it's always denoted as yellow. So it's hydrogen and helium, the two elements that mainly construct the sun. And you have lights, camera, action. Because that's what we're living in. We're living in a movie. The movie is the simulation, which is controlled and operated by the sun. Or at least has a big say in that. So then we get into astrology. And I think it was Max, you were asking me about Moscovium. Moscovium being the 115th element on the periodic table. Well, I mean, here's the age that I think we've moved into now. It's the age of Aquarius, which is the 11th zodiac sign. And the opposite of that, because these signs all have opposites. So the opposite of Aquarius is Leo, the 5th zodiac sign. And what is Leo ruled by? The sun. So we have Boron here, controlling the Aquarius. And boron is 11.009 as its most abundant, and 5 is man. So lights, camera, action is going to take you to the movie, which is ruled by the sun, which is probably the producer. And the director's probably going to be the moon. And then the actor or actresses is going to be the earth. So when you take the hydrogen and helium and you move it into the string of pi this time, we did the golden ratio. What about the string of pi? 56 occupies digits 210 and 211. And when you add up 210 and 211, you're going to get 421, which is the 82nd prime number. And you go right to the element lead. What, folks, we are lead. See how beautiful this code is? We become lead down here because the sun, if you follow the decay rate of uranium, it goes through many elements, thorium and radium and radon, and it eventually lands at lead. The descension of spirit into matter, playing out the game of the movie that we're in. So just think about what I'm showing you here. And you can see that we're living inside of a script. And we're not in control of this. We can just use it and look at it. So again, here's just another look. I showed that from the computer. Hydrogen and helium is 56. Lights, camera, action is 56. And it appears at the 30 and 31st decimal digit. That's going to give you 61. That's promethium. So what do you think promethium is? Tied to the sun. The titan who stole fire, the sun, plasma, and gave it to the humans. Knowledge, wisdom is in the light. It's going to be tied to Lucifer as well. So you have this lights, camera, action at 56. So I decided to look at where that 56 is located in the string of the golden ratio. We know it's at the 30 and 31st decimal digit, but I decided to add up the digits. Here they are. And you get the 1 point. And then you have all these digits, all 31 digits right here. And there's the 56 underlined in yellow. And look at what it adds up to, 167. It's going to be 167, 168 if you add the 1 point onto it. And what is the 167? Well, it's just the 39th prime number. What's 39? Well, it's tied to this King Diamonds card right here. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. So what do you think's operating this system? The sun. What's operating the movie that we're in? The sun. And what is the number 39 tied to? It's tied to the sun. The King Diamonds, when you say King of Diamonds, it becomes the number 55. Predestination is 55, which is what we're all living out. We're all living out a predestined script. And then in the Hebrew Aramaic, the original spelling for the word sun is 55. So think about what I'm showing you here. And this element right here is what we have in our blood. So as the sun becomes matter, it becomes man or woman, and we become part of the simulation. And you become illuminated when you figure this stuff out. And that's why the Yod He Vav He is 26. But we know that it's also tied to Lucy. Because that 55 and 56, tied to the predestination, tied to the sun, in the string of the golden ratio, which is tied to the sun, gold. Look at where the 55 is located. It's tied to the 13. And what is 13? Lucy. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. So now you know Lucy is the sun, Lucifer is the sun, and the Yod He Vav He is the sun, part of the sun. Probably the sun, if not Saturn. And the 13th card is the King of Hearts. So it's the King of Hearts, the King of Diamonds. And this is just part of it, folks. I have so much more to show you to dial this code in and show you exactly how this reality works through these slides. All right. Whoops. Okay, so there it is. And again, I mean, if you don't believe in what I showed you, I mean, if you don't resonate with that, that's totally fine. Like, there's no force here. But myself and so many other decoders have been showing this code. And when you mix and match all this code and you bring it all together, the string of pi, the string of golden ratio, the cards of illumination, the tarot, and you start to see these synchronizations, you start to see the organic code, the numbers, and then you start to bring real nature into it. Because the Fibonacci sequence is the measurement of nature. And you measured the words and the languages, and you start to see these patterns in there, folks. You can see we're living inside of a script, and we ain't in control of it. And these are big time decodes I got coming out. I mean, I have optics. I have the double slit experiment. Wait till I come out with that one. It's all linked to Lucifer, folks. The speed of light. Lucifer. And of course, it's going to be tied to the Christ. Are they one and the same? Prometheus. In the Greek mythology is the Titan who stole fire from the gods and gave it to the humans, created mankind out of clay, molded them out of clay. Prometheus. I mean, the word Adam equals the number 16. The letter P starts with the letter P is the 16th letter. Those of you that are decoders, the word, go start decoding the word Atom. A-T-O-M. 16. Which is tied to the element sulfur, which is one of the essential elements of the way we exist. It starts with the letter S, which is the sine wave, the sun, sulfur, sin, sulfur, serpent. It's all there. The wave that the S makes, the dragon wave. 16 is tied to the word hell. And the word Adam is 16. So you're in hell. The atoms are in hell. That's why Adam and Eve, it's the atoms that we're made up of. Santos is going to tell you all is a tomb. Same thing. Atom, a tomb. It's all the same thing. But ATOM, if you start to include that in your decodes, whew, I have had some revelations with that stuff. I've decoded the Mandela effect a little bit. It's just it's so vast, and you get into these concepts of like the Berenstain Bears, and then, you get into Sex and the City, and there's just so many of them, and it's like, it doesn't interest me, to be quite honest with you. I've talked about the Mandela effect quite a bit through some of my podcasts and postulated some things of why I think that's happening. I think it's just the veil being broken down and us moving into a new frequency, and that is causing a lot of resistance and disillusion of the reality that we're in now, which is causing all the backlog and the changing of things. So to be honest with you, and it just doesn't really interest me to break it down. But I have mentioned it in many podcasts. So, how do you find Chanel Montgomery? How do you find the number of each card? Well, I have a graph. Let me see. Do I even have the graphic? I don't have it up, but there's a graphic that I've created that numbers all the cards. And what you'll have is there are many ways to observe the cards. Now, the tarot is going to give you a different expression of the cards. The tarot, remember, I want you to remember, these came first. These came first. It doesn't mean they're the authority, because everything is inside this enclosed system. But these came first. And from what I studied and researched from my mentors, Sharon Jeffers is one of them. The hearts is first. Love is first. And this is fire. And then you have air. Fire needs air to become hotter. And then you have the clubs. This is going to be the wands in the tarot. And then after air, you're going to need water. Fire and air needs water to cool it down. And you're going to get the diamonds. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. And you're going to get into the water and the firmament and the water above the firmament. And then the diamonds turn into earth, which is the spades, which is the swords in the tarot. The tarot is going to tell you the diamonds are pentacles. It means earth. So it's going to a little bit, and they're both, all these systems have their own merit. But it's just the ace through king of the heart suit, which is going to give you 1 through 13. This is the 13th card. Then you go to the club suit. You're going to have the ace of clubs through the king of clubs, card 14 through 27. And then you're going to move into the diamond suit, which is going to be the ace of diamonds, card 27, through the king of diamonds, card 39. And then you're going to move into the last suit, spades, which is the ace of spades, card 40, to the king of spades, card 52. And then you get into the spades card suit. That's how those cards work. But many ways to skin a cat, as they say. But if you want the graphics of the cards, just send me an email. I've sent them to plenty of people. decodeyourreality@gmail.com. That's my email. Does the Ace of Hearts card number 1? Yes, the Ace of Hearts card is the number 1 card. It's the very first card in the way I've learned it. And what's really fascinating is when you look at the charts. So this is like, these are the charts, and I don't want to get into it too much, but the word atom is 16. And when you realize that the atom is tied to hell in this book, you can start to see the patterns. The atom comes down to become hell, which is where theology is going to get the first man being created, which is us. Okay. So Ace of Hearts, then King of Hearts. No, the Ace of Hearts, and then the 2 of Hearts, then the 3 of Hearts, then the 4 of Hearts, all the way to the King of Hearts. The King of Hearts is the last card. Actually, let me just, since you have the question, let me find it for all of you, since I can share my screen. Hang on a sec, folks. Hang on a sec. Okay. There we go. Let me just share my screen with all of you. Okay. So here's the lineages of the cards. In the 0 position is the Joker. There are 2 Jokers per deck usually, so it's the card 0 and card 53. And when you synchronize that with alchemy, you're going to get Iodine, which is the I am, the 53, which coincidentally is the colors of the Ukraine flag, yellow and blue, 53. Just for those of you that have been paying attention. So you start off with the Ace of Hearts, the beginning of fire, and you move all the way through until you hit the last card, the King, which is card 13. And then you come all the way back up to the top and you start back over again. And you have the Ace of Clubs, card 14. And you just keep going all the way down, card number 26. And then you just move it to diamonds. And then you finally end at the spades. And again, it's going to be a little bit different with the tarot because here's the lineup of the tarot. The tarot has it a little bit different. And remember, they add the major arcana in, cards 0 through 21. And if you include the Fool as card 22, you're going to put the Ace of Wands at card 23. You can also remove the Fool and move the Ace of Wands in the 22nd position. And you see, this is very fitting because these numbers will encroach. What I mean by that is the 22 and the 23 will pair up. The 23 and the 24 will pair up. And even the 22, 23, and 24 will pair up, meaning these numbers all bleed into one another. And that's why when you use the string of pi, and you use, if I show you guys the string of pi, let me see if I can find my... Here's the string of the golden ratio. And if you put the number 56 into the string of the golden ratio, here's where it appears. So we can see that the 56 is going to not just occupy digit 30, but it's going to occupy digit 31. And there's also another layer to look at this, where if you count the 1.6, the 1 in front of it, this becomes digit 31 and 32. So these numbers will bleed into one another. And this is obviously advanced stuff. Some of you may not understand this, but if you're not if you're a decoder, you should be using this as a tool because it is profound to use as a tool. Okay? All right. In Ash, is there anything significant when a person is born on 5/6, dies on 56 on his birthday of 56? I'd have to look at the person's chart. I'd have to break it all down. It's just very challenging to give you an answer based on what you just told me without having everything in front of me and looking at it. And I guess I should show you guys. Let me show you guys one last thing here before I start pulling some cards. I went over this with the Syncretism Society. But let me show all of you what your elements are, in case you're curious. And what I mean by that, like, depending on what your zodiac sign is, what your element is. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, I'm ready to go. And here we go, folks. You ready? So this right here is something that is, I've never seen anybody bring this out on the world stage. So this is, I think, pretty groundbreaking, I think. And there are more layers to this than what I'm showing you here. But what you're seeing right here are the 12 zodiac signs. And in the very middle is the 13th sign, which could be linked to Ophiuchus. So what I've done is I've taken each element and I have placed it in each respected zodiac sign. So for instance, those of you that are Aries, you're going to be hydrogen, the very first element. Those of you that are Taurus, obviously you're going to be helium. Remember what the sun is primarily made up of. Aries and Taurus, 1 and 2, 21. Those of you that are Geminis are going to be lithium. Cancers will be beryllium. Those of you that are Leos, you're the boron. Those of you that are Virgos, you get the 666 carbon. So very interesting because that's linked to the third eye, the dream that we're in. Those of you that are Libras are going to be nitrogen. Those of you that are Scorpios are going to be oxygen. Sagittarius, fluorine. Capricorn, neon. Aquarians, you're going to be sodium, the salt of the earth. And then Pisces will be the element magnesium. And then in the middle is aluminum, which I have a decode coming out. It's called illumination. And this is the reason why I feel illumination is spelled with an A versus the I. And if you start to pay attention to decoding your reality, ladies and gentlemen, you will start to see a hell of a lot of Al's. Paul Simon came out with a song, one of his most famous songs, those of you that are music fans. He had a song called You Can Call Me Al. And it's really interesting when you start to decode it. But you see, it's the first letter and the 12th letter giving you the 13. And 13 is tied to the element gold. It's tied to the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh. It's tied to the 13 bloodlines. So now you can see the Knights of the Round Table with the zodiac signs and the 13 being very heavily tied to the 13 bloodlines. And I'm going to be creating some groups based upon this platform right here. Just stay tuned for that with this right here. And what's very fitting is when you add them up. When you add these up, using the trusty calculator, it's going to give you the total of 187.226. And can anyone out there guess what the speed of light is? 299 million meters per second. But if you convert that to miles per second, it's 186,000. So we are just one digit off from the speed of light. And the speed of light is all based on the stars and based on the sun. And the sun moves around this ecliptic, moves in a circular fashion. And as it moves through time, it gives its energy to these zodiac signs. And that's why when you read about your star signs, when you read about your rising sign, when you read about your 12 houses, you will start to find your cosmic code, because this is infused into your being right here. This is very profound. And this 187 is tied to the element osmium, because osmium has a weight of 187. And what is osmium? The Wizard of Oz. So the Wizard of Oz is tied to the zodiac signs. It's tied to the sun. It is tied to Lucifer. And it's going to be tied to the Christ. This is dialed in math now, folks. This is not fudging anything. This right here is one of the biggest gems you will find out of what I've decoded so far. Right here. Some of you may not be really serious about what I'm showing you here. That's okay. You may not understand it. But let me just tell you, there's more layers to this. It's not just 1 through 13. It's 13 through 26. It's 26 through 39. It's 39 through 52. It keeps going. There's many layers to this. Just like there's layers in the Kabbalah. There's 4 worlds. Well, the 4 worlds is going to give you the number 52. So this is really profound information. And you got to know what your elements are, and you're going to have more than one element. It's not just this one right here. All right. I think I've shown this to a lot of you before, but oops. Okay. So there we go. So I hope you guys enjoyed that, but that is very, very important. Like, that's like advanced, but it's like, if you can get your mind wrapped around that, it is very profound. And some of the most important information that I just showed you right now will give you so many keys to your kingdom. Figuring out how this, because we're made up of these elements. It's the gods, and we are gods, and we're made up of a lot of these elements. You have them inside your body. You actually need 60 minerals every single day to give your body the raw materials that it needs to operate. Operating system. This is an operating system. It's the Sobolo operating system. And then when you build your computer, it's a fractal of this reality brought down into a Sobolo, into this operating system. Whether you're a Microsoft user and you have a Windows-based operating system, or you have a iOS through the Apple, or you have some other operating system. The operating system is tied to the sun. The sun operates mankind. Mankind represents the computer. The computer is just another fractal of mankind. That's all it is. We're moving our consciousness onto the computer. That's it. And there's nothing evil about that. Yes, it does have evil tendencies to it. Yes, there's probably some artificial intelligence, some quantum computer doing something somewhere right now, but it ain't running me. So people, a lot of people say, oh, well, there's these supercomputers running this. It ain't running me, because my life's completely coded. I've shown it over and over. My life is scripted and coded, and I ain't got no computer running me. So we have a glitch in that whole theory. We have a glitch. Because my life is scripted, my life is coded. A lot of you know your life is scripted and coded, and you ain't being run by some supercomputer, run by some man inside of a cave or inside of some cellar of an underground lab that's running this reality. It ain't running me. So how are we to explain that? Well, you see, there's an organic code running everything. I don't care how many machines get built. It is just a fractal down. It may get farther away from the source, but it's still part of the source. Like if you take a bucket of water out of the ocean, pretty small piece of the ocean. Is it now not the ocean anymore? Of course it is. You just took it away from the ocean, but it's still a fractal of the ocean. So I showed you, and as I showed in this Computer Decoded, you can see Alan Turing, his life was not his own. He was chosen to make the computer. It was clear. It's clear that he was chosen to make the computer. He was being used to make the computer. Nice drop, crypto. And at North Pole, the sun is always above the horizon for 187 days and 170. Yeah, I mean, it's all tied to osmium, the Wizard of Oz. The Wizard of Osmium. The Wizard of Osmium is 75, which is the numerology of Lucifer. And I know a lot of people are not going to tolerate that because they have been programmed to believe that it's the boogeyman. It's the bad guy. There's nothing good or bad, folks. Everything just is. So I want to tell all of you, let me just get my music going here. Hold on a sec, folks. Hang on one second. This music goes by so fast. I'll just play it again. I like this. So what I wanted to tell all of you, actually, let me go back to you guys. Let me show you this one more time. So what I am doing, I'm going to give you the visual of what I'm about to show you here. I am constructing or I'm going to be constructing groups of people. And this is where Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, my middle name is Arthur. So it's very fitting, right? It's kind of funny. It's part of my script. But my idea was, and the cards of illumination, they fit in here. Because there are 13, think about what I'm showing you. There are 13 cards. Here's where the ace goes. The ace goes right here with Aries. And then here's the 2. Taurus with the 2 horns, of course. Here's all you 3s. If you have a 3 of hearts, 3 of clubs, 3 of diamonds, you're here. You're lithium and Gemini. You may not have that as your birth card, but if you're a Gemini, you're going to be stuck with these cards. And then the 4s fit here, the 5s fit here, and it goes all the way around until you get to the 12, and the 12 is where all the queens sit. And then guess what sits in the middle? The kings. Of course. And so what I want to do, my idea, and if those of you that are interested in helping with this idea, and this was not planned, felt like this just felt like sharing this with all of you. But I'm looking to create groups of decoders, groups of like-minded individuals to create a perfect 13. And what I mean by that is I am looking to get one of each sign, one Pisces, one Aries, one Taurus, and you must have this card. So those of you that are Taurians that have a 2, like if you were born on, May 17th, you're going to be the 2 diamonds. Your card's going to fit in here because it's a 2. Now I need a 3. So it doesn't have to be a 3 of diamonds. It'd be nice to have all diamonds to have a round table. But if we get a 3 of hearts in here, that's totally fine. But I want to dial this thing in so much because I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that when we build our own 13 bloodlines, when we build our own tribe of 13, and you belong to this group, you can now break off and have your own group. And you can have it in a Telegram, you can have it in a Discord, you can have, whatever, and you can meet up. And you see, I believe this round table of 13 people is unbreakable. And there will be some kind of magic that can be formed with this. So this is what I'm looking to do. This was just improv. I didn't plan on doing this, but I'm just like, you know what? Let's just talk about it. But I'm looking to create these groups, and I'm actually looking for someone to organize this. So some of you that are into this kind of stuff, like if you've organized groups before, if you know how to market that kind of stuff, folks, this is the golden egg right here. I can assure you, because this code right here is the organic source code. And all we got to do is find every single zodiac sign and group them all together for 13 total and have the cards all lined up. And primarily, I'd want to have all hearts, all diamonds, all clubs, and all spades together. But we can mix and match them. But when we get this thing dialed in exactly the way I'm telling you, these chains of 13 will be unbreakable. And if you want to talk about X-Men, if you want to talk about superheroes, I believe there's going to be superheroes that are going to come out on the world stage. Well, I think this is it right here. This is the golden egg that I found, discovered, whatever. I don't need to take any recognition for this. I just want to share this, and I want to create groups. So if you're somebody who likes to organize and you have the ability to do this and you have some time to spend on something like this, I would love to hear about what you can do to help this project. Okay? I have mentioned this before on the world stage, but just kind of not at that level. But if you're somebody who wants to help this out, I'm telling you right now, ladies and gentlemen, we get 13 people that represent all 12 signs and all 13 cards. It will be absolutely unbreakable. And it's like, if you've ever been part of a mastermind group, you show up at the group and Each week or each month you come to the group and you share what your talents are for the group. So some people come to the mastermind group and they're the people that have all the ideas. Then you have some people show up and they're the accountants. They're good with numbers and finances. Then you have somebody come up, maybe they're an attorney and they can handle the legal department. Then you have someone can show up and they're maybe into music and they can create something. And then you have somebody show up and they can create videos or whatever. But if you have 13 people all having a card of the 13, that is unbreakable to me. And it's time for us to create these groups. So I'm looking for some people to help organize this, because I know that's not like one of my strengths. Like I can organize them for sure, but I want to be the nucleus. I want to definitely help out for sure on this, but I'm looking for some people to step up. So whether you're watching this now or recorded, if you feel the itch, if you like what I'm showing you here, if that sparked any interest in your life, hit me up. Send me an email, Decode Your Reality. Just don't send me I'm not a fan of emails. So, just keep it short. And I promise I'll get to you. Or you can get on the Telegram group. And we have a Decode Your Reality, a Telegram group. You can get in there. But I feel like, folks, I believe we're going to have superheroes on the world stage. And I have already met some already. I'm telling you right now, I've already met superheroes. I'm not going to elaborate beyond that. Okay, I'm not going to say how and what they can do. They have extra special powers that go beyond the scope of what it is to be a human being. I already know some. Maybe you're one of them. But when you take 13 of these people and you match up their cards, the ace through the king, and you bring them all together at that table, that's where the power's going to come in. That's why there's the bloodline. It has 13. That's why there's 13 bloodlines, because I'm telling you, it's tied to what I just showed you. So now you know how I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, this is what it's tied to. So now it's time for us to come and create our own groups so we can become powerful. We can make our marks on the stage. We can come together and we can create something that it will be unbreakable. Okay? So I'm just throwing that out there. So, I don't know where we're going to go from here on this. This is an idea I've been sitting on for years. This is the very first time, and this is all improv, I have shared it publicly with all of you. Because I feel maybe it's time. What's your question 33? I don't know. I wasn't even thinking about that tonight. But I'm just like, I showed you that 13 tied to the zodiac signs and the cards fit in there. These cards are in nature. They rule over us in some way, shape, or form, just like the elements do, just like the zodiac signs do. Some of you have extraordinary powers, and you just don't use them. But what if you had powers, you just didn't know how to use them, and you joined with 13 like-minded people, and you all formed if you have, for instance, let me just show all of you, just so I can be really crystal clear, because I didn't have this up when I just broke all that down. But let me just give you the visual, okay? Let me just give you the visual. Give me 1 second. Okay, here we go. So here's what it would look like. Telling you folks, this is it right here. I already know this is it because I've been told this is it. It's just now a matter of organizing it, planning it, and implementing it and executing on that plan. Okay? And I can't do it alone. 10. Okay. So if you're a heart, if your card is a heart, you'd belong to the heart group. And here's the fan of the cards. I know I'm not spread it, but there's all the hearts. There it is. The ace through the king. This is 13 cards right here. 13 of them total. The ace through the king. What I want to do is create a group of people, and each one is representing one of these cards. It doesn't matter where you're from. I know there has to be more into this. There has to be more ingredients into this. There needs to be more fine-tuning. There needs to be vetting and all that kind of stuff, because it's like we can't just say, oh, I want to sign up and And I'm not saying you're not important and you can't be part of these groups, because there's going to be many of them, because there are millions of people. And there's not millions of people that are watching this right now, but there are going to be thousands of people watching this. So we could create groups upon groups. There could be many groups of the aces. Like, what group are you? People like to be part of groups. So what group are you in? I'm in the ace group. Like, I'm an 8 of spades and a king clubs. Essentially, those of you that have 2 cards, some of you don't. Those of you that are 8 of clubs, you're just the 8 of clubs. Those of you that are born on January 1st, you're just the king of spades. And those of you that are born with the jack of hearts, you're just the jack of hearts. But those of you like myself, you have an ego card and you have a spirit card. You have 2 cards. Essentially, you can belong to 2 groups. And I'm telling you, I've been doing these readings for a long time now, doing astrological readings and placing these cards in the astrological charts. And man, let me tell you, it is a super powerful synchronicity and combination when you combine them together. And so we have our ego card and we have our spirit card. I call it our handler card. So essentially, you can belong to 2 different knights of the round table. And, like, I'm an 8 of spades, so I'm looking for other spades to join with. And maybe we do it, you have 13. Maybe you have 3 diamonds, 3 spades, 3 hearts, and then 1 suit, 1 offsuit. And they all form the 13. Something like that. I don't know. The possibilities are, there's so many different possibilities. But if you're the heart group, you'd have your own round table. Different birthdays, different walks of life, different cities, different parents. But I'm telling you, the source code is going to want to do this. I can already tell you, I've already been told. I know that I can feel it. I know it's coming. You may not believe that. That's totally fine. I'm looking for people that want to get involved with something like this. The beginnings, this is the baby stage of something that could be potentially one of the biggest things ever in the not only the decoding world, but I'm talking about creating a major change on the world stage. Becoming part of something that could be potentially massive when it comes to changing this reality. And creating these, superhero groups, so to speak. And then, then you need organization. So you're going to need organizers. You're going to need managers. And you're going to have meeting times and the whole thing that goes into having organizations. Well, it's time to organize with the cards. It's time to organize with the elements on the periodic table. Because as all of you know that are watching this, well, the majority of you know, this reality is a script and we're playing it out. And perhaps the free will that we have is doing what I'm showing you here. So that's what I'm throwing out there on the world stage for all of you. If you're interested, maybe you want to leave a comment. And rather than, well, I don't know, either you can email me or you can leave a comment after this video's done. And you're interested in joining the Knights of the Round Table. I don't know what name we're going to call it yet. I'm just using that because that's already out there. The Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, right? The Round Table. We don't have to call it that. But I'm telling you right now, you see, your eyeball is that 13 cards right here. So you got 13 here and you got 13 here. And 13 and 13 is 26. And what is the element 26? Iron. What's in our blood? Iron. So there's something to this, folks. I'm not trying to make stuff up here. So I'd love to get your feedback on this. I'd love to make this happen. I want to make this happen. But I can't do it alone. I shouldn't say I can't do it alone. I don't want to do it alone. And I know my strengths and I know my weaknesses. Some of you have strengths that are my weaknesses. And when we bring this 13 together, folks, this is the nucleus. A nucleus is round. Everything is circles. And this modality, this objective here is creating an eyeball. And the king's in the middle. So somebody's going to be the king in the middle. And nobody's better than anybody because it's all a part of the chain. The 2 and the 3, and those of you that are 5s and 6 and 8s and 9s and 10s and queens, you're all essential part of that round table. You just got to find your tribe. And we make tribes upon tribes. And this could be I think this could be one of the biggest things ever on this world stage. I really do. With this concept. So you got to know what your card is, right? You got to know your 2 cards. So let me show all of you that. Let me show all of you guys that. Hang on. Oops. So right here, this is the boilerplate chart for the cards of illumination. Now this chart right here changes every year. But I will tell all of you, it's only this one that changes every year, the master life configuration, the right side. Over here is fixed. It's the spirit side. This is your handler card, the card that runs your ego. So over here to the right is your ego card. And you have the planets lined up here, running vertically, and then you have them running horizontally along the bottom. And this is like a bingo chart. So I have a course coming out. I've learned this stuff all by myself. I've had some great teachers, but I've taught myself, and I know how to read the charts. And I'm going to be coming out with a course. I decided I want to come out with a course to teach. Well, I've got a lot of requests on how to do the cards. I've decided I'm going to come out with a course on how to show you how to read the charts, and you can read it. Every birthday is going to be different. But this is 0. This is ground 0. When you came out into this world, you had a 0 birthday. Many of you didn't celebrate your 0 birthday. You celebrated birthday number 1, but you skipped your 0 birthday. This is your 0 birthday right here. So to give you an example, my card is right here. It's the 8 spades card. Right here. The 8 of spades is right here. My card is owned and operated by the planet Jupiter. I'm in the Jupiter line, and I'm in the Saturn line. So my card is a blend of Jupiter and Saturn energy right here. That's how you read this. So if you're the 9 of spades, you would be a Venus, Uranus energy. Those of you that are the 3 of diamonds, you would be Mercury and Uranus energy. 3 of diamonds. That's Donald Trump's card. Obviously, Donald Trump speaks a lot. Mercury, the messenger. And Uranus is Father Sky. It's very, very interesting. Those of you that are the 4 of clubs, you'd be the Mars-Jupiter card. The masculine side of Jupiter. And there's a counterpart to these cards if you're not one of the 3 fixed cards. So those of you that have the 8 of clubs, you're just going to be the 8 of clubs. Those of you that are the Jack of hearts, you're just going to be the Jack of hearts. And those of you that are born on January 1st, you will just be the King of spades. That's it. So to get your spirit card or your handler card, you're going to locate your card over here in the ego section. So I'm going to use myself as the example. The 8 spades card is right here. This is my ego personality card. Then what you do is you find the same spot on this side and you find the card. And here it is in the same location. My handler card, the card that runs my 8 of spades, is my King Clubs card. So I have a King Clubs and an 8 of spades. Those are my 2 primary cards. Now you're going to have other cards as well, but I'm going to be showing that in my course. I'm not going to be showing that today. This is just the basic fundamentals. So you want to find your 2 primary cards. So I've just shown you how to do that. Let me give you one more example. If you're the Ace Diamonds card, here it is. You want to find this in the same spot. It's the 2 Diamonds card. Card number 28, card number 27. And you can add those up. 27 plus 28, get your outcomes. But those are your 2 primary cards. And I guarantee you, when you read about these cards, They will be extremely accurate for you. Some of you will have more accuracy in your spirit card than you will your ego card. Some of you will be just 50-50. It will be accurate on both accounts. Some of you will be more accurate on your ego side versus your spirit side. But make no mistake about it, folks. Your spirit side over here to the left is the card that runs you. It's what you give your energy to. Essentially, it's your handler card. And like if those of you that have pets and you walk your dog, well, this is what's walking you. So this is why I'm saying if you have two cards, you can belong to two groups. And that's how we're going to map this thing out. But I'm telling you, there's so much power in these cards. It's ridiculous. And that's why I've shown so many times throughout my presentations on how important these cards are. Okay? And you need to read from your cards, folks, and you need to study and memorize the definitions of your cards. The best website to go to, I'm going to actually pin it to the top. It's called it'sallinthecards.com. Let me just pin that to the top. Okay, I just put it to the top. Oh, no, it didn't. Let me just... I want that. Oh, there it is. Okay, it's all the way at the top. So you want to go in there and you want to read about your two cards. Let me just show you how to do that. I got to share my screen again with you because it's going to be a little bit tricky. So you want to go to this website, it'sallinthecards.com. When you get here, you're just going to click on Learn More right here. And then it's going to have this drop down. Here's your month. So if I just click on mine, February, and I'm February 4th, you just select your birthday, and there's your card that's going to... This is your ego card. Okay? This is your personality card. But now you need to incorporate your spirit card. So let me show you the shortcut on that, on how to use this website and do it. So what you want to do is you want to come up here to the web address up here. And what you want to do is you're going to notice that it's going to be it'sallinthecards.com/the8 and then the S, meaning spades.html. So all you have to do is change the card up here right after the /. So mine is the King Clubs. Now this has to be in all lowercase. So you want to come up here, you just want to backtrack that and put King Clubs, KC. And when you hit enter, there it is. So now you can see that I have it'sallinthecards.com/KC. If you're an ace of diamonds, you'd put AD. If you're the 10 of spades, you'd put 10S. You'd replace that. And then you have the description of what it means to have your spirit card. Okay? Let me do that again for those of you that are just maybe scratching your head a little bit. So you want to remove right after the /. Let's say you're an ace of diamonds. You want to put the AD there. Now remember, this has to be in lowercase. Right after the /, it'sallinthecards.com/, you then have the card AD, the ace diamonds. If you're a 5 of clubs, you'd put the 5C, but they must all be in lowercase. So let's say you are the ace diamonds, and let's say you're a 5 of clubs. You'd want to come up here, you'd want to remove that, and you want to put the 5C, and then you hit enter, and you get the 5 of clubs. And there's what it looks like for the web address. You want to do this for you, your kids, your partner, your husband, your wife, your girlfriend, your boyfriend. You can even do it for your furries. This card right here is my love of my life, my furry, my little Yorkie. His name's TJ. This is his birth card. And let me just tell you something. This describes him to a T. So yes, even your dogs and cats, if you know their birthdays, you can read about them. And it's pretty extraordinary when you can start to see a life inside of a furry. It's pretty awesome. So you can even do it for pets. I'm sure we can even do round tables for the pets. It'd be kind of cool. Anyway, that's just kind of forward thinking, but all right. So I hope all of you got that. Yep. Lisa, 7 hearts, 8 of hearts. Beautiful people you are. 7 of hearts and 8 of hearts. Powerful. Lovers, 7 of hearts, completion of love, the analyst of love. And then the 8 of hearts is tied to Prometheus, the fire starter. And love is fire. So I really will encourage all of you to study your cards. Study your cards where if I were to say, hey, Lisa, tell me about the 7 of hearts, you'd be able to just rattle off that entire paragraph. And that means that you have downloaded the information and now the information has become a part of you. And you've become a part of the information. Now, I can guarantee you, the majority of you, let me just back up and not say guarantee. I don't want to use absolutes. I am very certain the majority of you that read your cards, both of them, it will be about 95% accurate, if not 100%. How does somebody that doesn't even know you describe you? And I'll tell you the answer, because Sharon Jeffers, the author of It's All in the Cards, who's been studying the cards for 30 years, has tapped into the code. So she downloaded the information, she wrote about it, and bam, she describes you. So you see, when you become this energy, folks, everything in your past, you just wash it all away. You just wash it all away. And it becomes not part of you anymore. It's pretty awesome. You become this card. This is how Neo in the Matrix, they plugged him in and they uploaded him to become a karate master, a kung fu master. We don't have the ability to do that. We have to read and go through the senses, but it's repetitive. Like if you read something, you'll forget about it if you don't read it again. If you read it again and read it. Those of you that are interested in this, man, if you want to become the master of your domain, read these cards. Read them daily, every day. Memorize your card passage. Memorize it. So that way you say, hey, what's a 10 of clubs? You can tell me what a 10 of clubs is verbatim. And then whatever doesn't pertain to you, don't memorize it. It's pretty simple, right? Just memorize the things that are resonating with you and scrap the rest. Trim the fat, as they say. Okay? So we have Ace of Clubs, 2 of Hearts. Awesome. Ace of Clubs, 2 of Hearts. Guess who has that? The current Pope of the Vatican, Jorge Bergoglio. Ace of Clubs and 2 of Hearts. And again, we have to have fun with this. Just because you're a 3 of Diamonds and you have Donald Trump's card and you hate Donald Trump, you should get rid of that hate, by the way, or you don't like the guy. He's just a character playing his role on the world stage. But if you just look at the success he's had and say, well, shit, man, he's had that kind of success, and I really resonate with that. I want that success. Okay, then go do that, because it's in your code to do it. Maybe not exact, maybe a little bit different, but that's the card of voltage. That 3 of Diamonds, those of you that are 3 of Diamonds, it's the 29th card in the deck. 29 is the 10th prime number. 10 is tied to the yod and the box that we live in. 29 is tied to copper, which is some of the pillars in Boaz and Yachin. Those of you that have 3 diamonds. And it's the apprentice card, the entrepreneur card. And it's a 3, which means the Trinity. So it's a really powerful card. And every card is powerful. There's not one card that's like, that one's superior to that one. That's ridiculous. It's like saying, if you look at an engine in a car and you say, well, the battery's more important than the alternator. No, because if you don't have the alternator, the car ain't going to run. If you don't have the battery, the car's not going to run. Well, the spark plugs are not as important as the tires. You can't be cherry picking. Every component in the engine is necessary for the engine to move. So these 13 cards, to create these groups, all of them are important, and there's not one better than the other. They all have talents. We all have talents. And I feel when you join together as a nucleus, something is going to massively change on the world stage. That's what I think, anyway. All right. Yeah, Nige, you got the Eight of Diamonds. Eight of Diamonds is card 34, tied to Lucifer. That's one of Lucifer's primary cards is that 34. And then the Queen of Spades is in the tarot is... Let me just tell you, Nigel from the Devil's Playground. You have the Eight of Diamonds, card 34. You have the Queen of Spades, card 51. 51's tied to antimony. 51's tied to the all-seeing eye in the brain, the implant. And then if you convert the Queen of Spades into the tarot, it's the Queen of Swords. It's card 63. If you go study the speed of light and you put that into the golden ratio, you're going to find the number 63 there. Tied to europium. Europium has an atomic weight of 151. 151 is the 36 prime number. 36 is tied to the word operating, as in operating system. The operating system is the sun, the light. Lucifer, the operating system. And guess what, Nigel? You got gifted with that code, brother. The Eight of Diamonds, and the Queen of Swords. Queen of Spades. Pretty freaking awesome, if you ask me. So those of you that are just joining, if you go back and rewatch what I have said about the bloodlines that I want to create with all of you, great decoders, you out of the cards. We're going to create groups. We're going to create nucleuses. We're going to create our own X-Men. We're going to create our own superheroes. And, we got to have fun with this. I'm not saying you're going to put a cape on and fly off a building, but there are some of you that are psychics and you're not using your power. Heavy psychics. You're not. Some of you can look into the future. Some of you can look into the past. There are some of you that can read energies. There are some of you that can talk to energies. There are some of you that can control energies. There are some of you that can heal people. You just don't do it at a high scale level. And it's time you start doing that. This is your calling. This is going to cure that itch that you've been feeling and you ain't scratched. This is the time, folks. I'm telling you right now, this is the time. And we're being called to do this because it's part of the organic code. And I know it because I've downloaded that. I see it. It's here. It's now. It's ready. But it will go stale if we don't have a team to come together to organize this. I can't do this alone. I don't want to do this. I should say I can't, but I don't want to. I feel like this is a participation of other people. We need to come together to form the nucleus. So I can't do everything on my own because I'm just me. So there needs to be somebody who's going to be the orchestrator. Someone's going to be really good at that. Like there are people out there they're called headhunters. And they call people on the phone. Oh my God, you'd be really good at this. Have you ever sold loans before? Oh my God, you'd be really good at real estate. Or you'd be really good at doing this. Or you'd be really good. They're headhunters. We need some of those people. Like marketing really is easy when you have outlets. Creating the graphics, creating the videos to attract people to come in to create this platform, that's not a problem. It's just orchestrating it. Everybody can become part of a group. It's great to form the 1 through 13, the ace through the king. It's great to have the nucleus, but then what do you do with that? So we need minds to come together. Like, okay, what do we do with this now? Now that we have a Knights of the Round Table, now that we have we have our own bloodline now, what do we do with this? I'm going to tell you right now, this will all be perfectly synchronized together because it's supposed to. This is the future. I already know it. I already know this is where we're going towards. That's why we all been decoding. Because we're all coming to bring to our tribes, we're all coming to our tribes to come together and to now go to the next level in this reality. And I don't know what that looks like beyond there. But there's something coming for all of us. And we just need to stay in a aspect of neutrality, not fear what's on the world stage. Who cares? Not interested in that. So I will encourage all of you that give your energy away to the mainstream. I will encourage you not to do that anymore. Your energy, if you took that energy and we create these groups of people, if you took the energy that you gave away to these mainstream groups and you would now put it onto your group and your Knights of the Round Table and your group of 13, and you were to meet up every single week or every 2 weeks, you have the resources to do it. You got Zoom, you got Skype, you got phone conversations you can have. Some of you, and I can see people meeting in person. Imagine having 13 people show up at a room in a building and you're all the ace through the kings. Do you know how much power that is? There's not one missing person. You have the ace, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way around to the king. Do you realize what kind of power that's just going to generate? And then you have all 4 suits. You have 52 people showing up at one time and having like a seminar with that. That's what I see with this kind of stuff. But the organization on this needs to have people come and help out with this. I just, doing it myself is, it's not going to be fun. So I'm putting this out there and to create these groups. Okay? All right, I've done a lot of talking tonight. Samantha, how do you find the second card? If you just watch this video again, I don't know what point in time it was. I already went over that, but I showed how to do that. I'm probably going to just come out with a course. I'm coming out with my course soon, but I'll probably do it sooner than later to give you guys all the basic fundamentals of the cards. I have, for 3 years now, I have successfully picked the Super Bowl winner just for fun. I didn't wager on it, didn't gamble on it, but I successfully picked the Super Bowl winner. I successfully picked Biden to be selected as president based upon the cards. That's what I used to predict this kind. And I'm not into predicting, so to speak. I just have fun with this. And I don't tell a lot of the public of what I do. I just do it for fun. But I use this and dates. Don't need anything else. But that's how I picked the Super Bowl winner for this. That's why I picked the Rams to win over the Bengals. I use these. But please don't send me an email asking me, I want to use this. Can you teach me this system? I'm not into teaching this for you for sports gambling. That's just not my cup of tea. If it is for you, great. You can learn the system. I learned it by myself. I taught myself how to use it. But I'm not it's not for me to use it to gamble on sports. That's just not my cup of tea. That world to me is a really low frequency, that whole thing. And I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just saying is the majority average of that decoding asset is low frequency. It's a lot of negativity because you now invested in a game, and if you lose, you can get a reaction to that. You can get angry. It's going to bring your frequency down, and that's easy to do. I can share something with all of you to be really authentic, and then I'm going to start pulling some cards with you. I lived in Las Vegas for a couple years, and I was on the road working for this company that was doing seminars. Maybe you got invited to one of those. You get invited to go to a free workshop, and then of course they try to sell you something at the end. And depending on the product, some products are good, some products are not, but it's not for everybody. And every product works. The product doesn't always work for everybody. So anyway, I was on the road for a year. I loved it. I got to meet so many people. And then I lost that. The company went under. I lost the job, and then I was trying to continue to create my brand, which is now Decode Your Reality and Cosmic Sugar. But I was in dire straits. I was really in the bottom. I was really struggling financially. And so the job that I picked was I worked for a sports bookie in Las Vegas, a handicapper. And he was a really funny dude. His name was Steve Stevens. Super nice guy, man. I thought he was the funniest dude. He was a 9 of spades. And this dude was a master talker. He did his own HBO show, and he's very crude and rude. He's got his own studio, a real slick studio. Just funny dude. So I went there, and I got hired, and it was all commission. And I was so in dire straits that I had sold my car, and when I had moved, and anyway, I didn't have a car. So I had to ride my bicycle, my mountain bike, sometimes in the 100-degree heat plus to get to work. And it was like a 5-mile ride every day, back and forth. And I was there for like 3 months. And I've been in sales, I've been in sales. I've worked in many sales jobs, successful at a lot of sales jobs, sold everything from lawn care to cars. And I thought this would be like, this would probably be fun. And so I lasted 3 months. And the reason why I couldn't last is because I could not get to that level of frequency of what it took to sell that kind of stuff. Because that world that I entered into was not about authenticity. It wasn't about keeping your word. It wasn't about telling the truth. It was the opposite of all that. Even though there is authenticity in there, even though, the guy that runs it, he's straight up. He tells you straight up. He tells you he doesn't always win. But I'm saying is what it takes to get on the... So what I would do is I'd be dialing 300 phone calls a day. Dial after dial after dial and having a pitch. And when you get on the phone with these people, they have been called 20 times a day by other sports handicappers. And of course, the whole energy of that sports gambling is just so vampirish. I couldn't last. I couldn't last it. I couldn't be that evil, that vile I couldn't be at that frequency. So I'm telling you guys all that, you guys and gals, like that's part of my history of who I was and when I went through, when I was kind of at the low end of my life, starting over and just like going through some rough times. So I know what it's like. But that's why I don't use this for the benefit of gambling. And why I went into that world. I know what that world is like. And it's not all glitz and glamour. It's actually, the majority of it is just the opposite. And it can get really ugly and nasty. And I just couldn't do it. So I had to get out. I finally quit. I just gave I'm like, I can't do this. This is just not for me. And it was like a job that I got it. I gave it a run, but it was like one that I just didn't succeed at when there is such a thing as success. Like my other sales jobs, cars, I did vacuum cleaners. I was successful at all those. But that, just too ugly for me. There are some people that can do it, but I just couldn't do it. So again, the reason why I've kind of like elaborated on that story is like, I won't use these for gambling on sports, like to make money. I just won't go there for me. So. But it was pretty funny, man. I will say I had a good time doing it because it's just really funny when people are so serious, but they're so asshole. They're like assholes, and it's just funny. But that's just what you got to do. You have to be a liar to be in that kind of industry. You can't be honest. It's just part of the game. And that's just, that's all acid based. And I just was like, it's just not for me. So anyways, I don't know why I shared that story with you. Maybe because I was like, I want to be perfectly clear. I'm not interested in sharing what I've learned about the cards to win on sports gambling. Because I know I've had people ask me that. Oh, show me that system on how to sports gamble. I'm not interested in showing that. If you want to learn it on your own, you can. For sure. If you're that adamant about it. But anyways. So, Julie, why is my hubby's card 8 of clubs so special? Okay, so those of you that are 8 of clubs, let me see if I can. Those of you that are 8 of clubs, card number 21. I'm going to show you why this one, it's tied to abracadabra, like magic. But the majority of people that I know that have this 8 of clubs, this is card number 21, by the way. Tied to the word love. It's the world card in the tarot, the major arcana. And then it's tied to the 8 of wands in the tarot, which is the 30th card in the deck, which is tied to the word demiurge. Tied to the word Jehovah in the New Age name of the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh. Okay. But it's the 8 of clubs seems to be the card of psychics. As it should be. because you're tied to the world card in the tarot. So I find that a lot of the Eight of Clubs, and it's a fixed card, doesn't have another card to it. It's a solo card. I find that these people that are Eight of Clubs, highly psychic, highly intuitive. It's part of your code. What you do with it, now that's a different story. But you should go read about that. I've posted the card thing. It's all on thecards.com. I posted it at the top of the chat here. Just click on that, click on your birthday, and go read about it. Read about the Eight of Clubs. Own the space if you resonate with it. What's up, Alex? Nice to have you, bro. So those of you that are asking questions, what if my card, like IV, I can't even pronounce your avatar, sorry for that. What is my card if I'm born on the 20th of February? If you go to the top of the chat, you're going to see a pinned message and a web address. Just click on that and it'll take you to the website and you can plug in your birthday, which will take you right to your card and you can go read about it. And I'm not going to do it for you because that way you can get in the habit of doing this and show other like-minded people and share this kind of stuff. So we can start building these communities deeper and deeper and deeper. 7 of Clubs, 20th card in the deck tied to Lucifer. 7 of Clubs means duality. 7 of Clubs means defending what matters. Zach Hubbard has the 7 of Clubs as his birth card. What do you think he does? He defends what matters to him. He does it in a big way. It's just how he rolls. It's part of his code. You know, that's just what he does. Again, it's not a good or bad thing. That's just how he rolls. It's what he was born with. So he's very passionate about what he does. He defends it. He stands by it. And I respect him for that. Beyond that, I mean, you know, he just does him and I do me. 7 of Clubs, 20th card in the deck. Woo, all right. So I'm going to do 30 minutes of card pulling and then I'm going to call it a night because it's getting late here. Okay. Why are Gemini slandered so often? I don't think they're slandered so often. Geminis are great. But I mean, it is Castor and Pollux. Gemini is the prison. You know, the Gemini symbol looks like the prison. But, you know, I mean, it's got the rap of being two-faced because it is the Castor and Pollux, the Gemini. So that's probably why it gets slandered so much, because it is the card of the duality of persona of who we are. So if you guys are asking about your cards, the 7 of Diamonds and 9 of Hearts, just go type it in. I showed you guys how to do this. 7 of Diamonds, 33rd card. 9 of Hearts is the 9th card. The 7 of Diamonds and the 9 of Hearts card are tied to Venus and Saturn. That's what owns those cards exclusively. They just swap places. Every year, the 7 of Diamonds and the 9 of Hearts, they swap. And that means gold. And that's what, you know, the great Jordan over at Waters Above Crypto, that's his birth card and his set of cards. 7 of Diamonds, 9 of Hearts belong to Saturn and Venus. And if you take Saturn and Venus and you bring them together, you'll have more keys to your kingdom. Okay. Thank you, Bob Becklin. All right, so let's get you guys some cards. If I miss you, I apologize. I'm just going to roll with this. If I miss you, I apologize. Let's start with, because these comments just go, and So let's start with Nigel. Nigel, let's get you a card pulled, and I'm just going to pull these. If you need more information on this, go to your favorite search engine, type in the card name, and then Teach Me Tarot, and you'll get that first link and go read about your card. So we're going to get Nigel from Devil's Playground. Here we go. We're going to pull from the middle of the deck. Nigel, you got the 26th card in the deck, the Five of Wands. Tied to the blood, tied to mankind. This is us just fighting. So this is obviously a card of the mind and the swimming of the sharks. What's going on in your life right now? This card typically means chaos and order, and tied to iron. So you may want to go check out the element iron as well, Nigel, but this card right here is straight up like chaos and order, fighting, resistance. It's tied to the Five of Wands. The Five of Wands is the 18th card in the deck, so it's also tied to the moon, so it's tied to your emotions. So what's going on in your life when you have chaos and order, fighting and swimming and all that kind of stuff. Okay. So let's get Muriel 226. Muriel 226, why did you choose the 226? That's the element Ra in radium. Did you consciously choose that? So Muriel 226, you got the Knight of Cups. This card right here is the Jack of Love. This card right here is like looking for love. This is in the cross. Like the cross that you make. This is in the cross. Right here, this one. It's the heart of the cross. So are you looking for love? Are you looking for a relationship? Maybe you're looking for a business partner. Maybe you're just like looking for love in your life. It doesn't have to be love, intimate love. It could just be like you're bored and you're looking for something to do. Maybe you're looking for something new to do in your life. Go for it. That's the indication of that. Something feels right, go for it. Let's get Crypto Angie. Crypto Angie, get you a card. I'm going to rifle through these again, folks. So this is a general overview, but okay. So Crypto Angie, you got the World card, card 21, the Major Arcana, the last card of the Major Arcana. The word love equals 21. Obviously, we're created out of love, created out of fear. At the same time, love and fear, the masculine and feminine. This has got the 4 fixed signs: the ox, lion, eagle, man, tied to astrology. But this card right here, the World card, like the world is in the palm of your hands. What's going on in your life right now with the world? Having it in the palm of your hands, like what do you want to do next? Are you on top of the world right now? If you need more information on this card, Crypto Angie, just go type in the World Tarot card, Teach Me Tarot, and you'll get a link and you'll go right to that person's website and she'll give you a host of information on the World card. Again, these are general, so not knowing what's going on. Okay, Alex Setti, let's get you a card from the middle of the deck. So Alex Setti. So you got the Two of Wands, card number 24. And this is tied to the church. The word church equals 24. The word Jesus in the original Greek equals 24. Jesus sends the angel to the church to tell you what the rules and regulations are. It's got the 2 pillars right here. It's got the world in the palm of his hands. This is the start of it. This is the start of coming down and incarnating to become man. So this is some kind of new seed in your life, Alex, and that you can act upon, because the next card is launching the plans. This is the seed before you launch the plan. So have you planted a seed, a new idea, new business? Have you started a new relationship, started a new company, started a new job, or been thinking about it? Act on it. The next stage is to launch your plans with that seed that you plant. Two of Wands. Okay? If you need more information on that, Alex, just type in Two of Wands, Teach Me Tarot, and you'll get a really cool website, and she'll tell you all about that card. Thank you, Sacred Clown, for the comments. Oh, that's it. This damn. Jeremiah, I don't have the medicine deck with me. My friend borrowed it from me, so I don't have the medicine deck, unfortunately. I just have the tarot cards and the cards of illumination. Okay. Geez, I have so many of you. I want to get to all of you. I really do. Let's get Claire. As soon as I move my cursor, it just goes, and then I lose all the comments, and I got to backtrack, so... Okay, so Claire. Here we go. Claire, let's get you in the middle of the deck. What's up with Claire? What's going on with Claire? So Claire, you get the 5 of hearts, the 5 of cups. This card right here, the symbolism is not letting go. Something in your life you're not letting go. You're focusing on the cups that are spilled in front of you instead of just saying, okay, well, I'm not going to get that back. Let's not cry over spilled milk. Let's turn around and focus on what's behind me, this card. So the 5 of cups. So your encouragement is to, if you're wallowing on something, if you're sad, if you've lost something that you're not going to get back, get out of that space because life is beautiful. Turn around and look at the beauty. The sun's going to rise in the morning. And it's going to bring a new day. Focus on that and new beginnings versus being stuck in the mire of what you once had. If you have a loss. Okay? And let's get Divine Spirit. Let's get Divine Spirit. So here we go. Divine Spirit. Oh, you get the card 43. 4 of Swords. 43 in the cards of illumination. But this card right here is card number 54. And this card right here is like perhaps the dream that we're in. I mean, this is telling you to pay attention to your dreams. Maybe write your dreams down. Maybe think of something you want to dream about before you go to bed. Maybe put this card by your bedside. If you have tarot cards, put this card by your bedside, by your nightstand. Ask it to tell you something when you sleep. But this is a card of meditation. So it's urging you to meditate, to go within. Focus on the internal part of yourself. All right, so let's get Anna. I think your last name is Polish, which I love the great country of Poland. So the great Bruko is that. Follow his channel. Big shout out to Bruko. Anna. Let's get Anna a card. So here we go, Anna. Let's pull from here. So Anna, well, you got the same card as Nigel did from Devil's Playground. But of course, everything's different for everybody. So this is a card of like fighting and resistance. And they're all fighting. So what's going on? Are you having a family feud? Are you having a dispute at your house with a loved one, a brother or sister, a friend, a falling out? And how long are you going to let it keep going? Or are you just having a fight inside your mind? How long are you going to let it play out for? Nothing's permanent. So you're going to let that go. If you need more information on this, 5 of Wands, Teach Me Tarot. Type that in your favorite search engine. Okay? Let's get Eddie Machete. What's up, brother? Eddie Machete. Let's get you. Or, I don't even know. Did I even pronounce your last name right? I think it's pretty cool calling you Machete, though. It rhymes. Okay, so Eddie Machete. Or Machete. Maybe it's Eddie Machete. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I like calling you Eddie Machete. So, Eddie. Oh, okay. You got the 4 of Wands. This card right here is happy home. Creating a solid happy home, a foundation. It's the mind. This is the beginning stages in your mind. But you notice the card there, there's people that are celebrating. They're like, yay, we just got our first house. And the 4 means north, south, east, and west, the cube. So what's going on in your life right now that you're creating that's tied to the 4 of clubs, card 17, tied to the Star is Born. So what's going on in your life with you having to create this happy home? Do you need to create a happy home? Are you creating a happy home? Well, it's urging you to do that if you're not there. Work on that. Okay? The Ascending Ancient, you're next. The Ascending Ancient. All right, the Ascending Agent. Let's get you a card. Here we go. And you got the 7 of Cups tied to the 7 of Hearts. See, this is the birth card of Anthony Fauci and Bill Gates. They both have this as their birth card. And of course, do you know what this card means? Illusions. Illusions. And their birth card's tied to it. So what do you think they're giving you? Illusions? Something that's not real? Choices, fantasy, bullshit? So you got to be careful with this. It's a nice card to get, 7 of Hearts. You got to, but analyze your life. You may have a lot of choices coming out in your life right now. And you want to make sure that you go with your instincts. Don't ask anybody their opinion on what you should do. Always go with your instincts, or you'll end up getting that card, which is the Tower. Okay? All right, let's get Infinite Gabe. Let me just take a sip of water here. Infinite Gabe. Infinite Gabe, here we go. Let's get you the middle of the deck. Bada bing. So you got the Seven of Swords, Seven of Spades. What's really interesting about this is like mental strategies, this card. But this also can mean deception. What's interesting about this card is it's tied from the Seven of Spades, which is the 46th card in the deck. And Matt Groening was born on the 46th day of the year. Mental strategies, deception. So forget about Matt Groening, but just kind of food for thought. But are you deceiving somebody? Now, no one's paying attention. No one's taking notes. No one knows who you are. But I'm saying if you're authentic with yourself, because we all lie. We all do things that are not authentic. Come on, people. It's just the way it is. We're human beings. We're sinners. And I'm not alluding that you are doing this, my friend, but I'm saying is if you're authentic with yourself, if you're trying to dupe somebody, if you're trying to like pull the woolly over someone's eyes, well, this is reminding you may want to think twice about that. Or is someone trying to screw you over? Someone trying to pull the woolly over your eyes? Is someone trying to deceive you? If you're feeling that, pay close attention to that. Okay? So that's Infinite Gabe. I hope you got something out of that. Malibu Moon, let's get you one. Do you live in Malibu? Great spot if you do. I love Malibu. So Malibu Moon. So you got the Ten of Swords. Ten of Swords. Ten of Spades. This is the card of rock bottom. You know, rock bottom, not being able to, you ain't going to, you're pierced, you're dead. You got 10 swords in your back. So this card, I love these cards because it's like, okay, this is the end. You know that great song by The Doors, This Is the End? What a great tune. So are you going through a breakup? If you haven't gotten there, guess what this card's telling you to do? Get there. You may have to pull the plug or cut the cancer out of your life. But if you've been on the fence, if you're in a relationship, you've been on the fence, you get this card, well, do you want to stay here? No. Some people like staying here, though, because they know what they're going to get. But this is urging you to move on. And I don't know what that means for you, Malibu Moon, but that's what the Ten of Swords is. And it could mean anything, a business, a friendship. It could just mean something simple, like replanting some flowers in your garden. You know, it could mean that. Okay, let's get... I think D. Let's get D. I don't know. D says yes, please. I'm assuming that's you mean your card, but let's pull one for D. Let's get D here. So D, you got the Hermit, the 9th card. Card run by Jupiter and Sagittarius. You may want to look at your 9th house in astrology. What's there? Do you have any transits there right now? I don't know what your birthday is. Are you going through a solar return? But this card is your higher self, your Hermit. And maybe this is telling you to disembark from life and go into a quiet space, do some introspection, decode yourself. Maybe you need to get away from the noise and static of this world. So that's what this Hermit card usually means, is you need some quiet time. Okay. Let's get Julie Cicero. Get Julie Cicero. And again, folks, whatever card I pull, just go type it in your favorite search engine, type in the card, and then Teach Me Tarot. And you're going to get, and I'm going to encourage you to do that because I may not give you what you need or what you're going to find. I'm just giving you, I don't know what's going on in your life, but you want to go read all the keywords and be like, oh, there it is. There's my sign. Because there's going to be a sign in these cards. These do not lie. I respect them because they're real. They're archetypes. Okay? All right, so Julie Cicero. Let's get you a card. So Julie, you got the Queen of Pentacles, card number 77. Whoo, is this a heavy card right here? I mean, in the grandest of fashions. Queen of Diamonds, card 38, but card 77 tied to the, the Queen of Oz, tied to the partner of Oz, but it's the Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, the queen of that. But this card right here, it's like a nurturing card, nurturing of money, stable, cautious, but, it's very gentle. The Queen of Pentacles. And the number 77 is, what does that mean to you? I'm going to start dropping these numbers. What does the number 77 mean to you? Got to look at that too. 77. If I'm giving you a number and you see that number, it's like, go look up the number. Those of you that are just interested in numbers, there's a great website. It's called Affinity Numerology. And if you just type in like 77 Affinity Numerology, you'll get a great rendition of what it means to be the number 77. It's going to break down to the 14 to the 5 and all that stuff. Okay, let's get Lisa. Lisa, I think you said cards now, but let's get you a card. I don't know if you didn't ask, but let's just get you one anyway. So Lisa. So you got the Justice card, card number 11 in the tarot, the Salt of the Earth, the Revolutionary Aquarius card, and are you going to court? Or did you get served papers? Or are you looking for justice in your life? Do you need justice in your life? And paying attention to that. Or justice is coming for you. If you need more information on that, Justice Teach Me Tarot. Chanel Montgomery, is there a reason Chaldean is the most important? Well, I'm not going to say it's the most important, but as I've been showing in my decodes time and time again, as many of you other great decoders have shown, Chaldean is not only the oldest known numerology cipher on the planet. And I just, again, see, none of us code words into numbers. That's called gematria. We don't do that. Once you get your number, if you place your name in Chaldean numerology, there's no gematria involved in that. If you type in the word shit, if you type in the word butt, if you type in the word water, you're going to get a number to that. And then you must take that number and figure out what the hell it means. That's numerology. That is not gematria. I just want to be very clear on that, folks. We are all practicing numerology. Okay? Once you decode the word, it's new. Gematria is coding. We're not coding, we are decoding. And that involves numerology. Okay, I just want to be clear on that so we can be very, very finite on this. Chaldean is the oldest known numerology cipher. There is nothing attributed to Chaldean and gematria at all, by the way. They don't even fall in the same category. They're not even the same. Chaldean numerology. Okay? Just want to be clear about that. Because this big gematria buzzword, we're not doing gematria. It's numerology, the science of numbers. Okay? Chaldean is the oldest. If you're a numerologist, doesn't mean it's going to be superior to the Pythagorean, the 1 through 9, or the reduced, but to me, it has the most accuracy, Chaldean, and it's tied to the tarot cards directly, and it's tied to the cards of illumination directly, and it appears to me it's tied to alchemy and the string of the golden ratio and the string of pi directly. That's why I feel it's the superior one. Okay. Chris Topher. Let's get you. You were talking about careers. Okay, well, this is going to be a challenging one because I don't know what your chart is, but let's see what the card is. So you're looking at career. Okay, so this is going to be really vanilla, but yeah, see what I mean? This is going to be vanilla. So this is the Page of Cups. But what I can tell you is this card right here is, okay, he's got the fish in the cup. And it's the page, it's the prince for you. He's like, look what I got. So what I can direct you and tell you is, what are you in love with the most? So you said potential. What do you want to do the most? If you write all your prospects out on a list, he's going to choose it. He wants you to choose it. He's going to tell you, okay, put out your top 10 if you can get that many. And then you want to circle your top 3. And then what's going to be number 1? Well, that's going to be the fish inside that cup. So you're going to have potential prospects, but you need to decide on one, brother. And that's what this card's telling you to do. So I would do it like that. I would put them all in order, circle your top 3, and then pick your one, and it's going to be the fish inside the cup. Okay? So let's get Migs 144. So Migs 144. Migs 144. You get the 8 of Pentacles. Card number 71, tied to Lucifer. Lucifer hard at work as he comes down and shares the light with the world. This is the 8 of Diamonds, 8 of Pentacles. Tied to card 34, tied to card 71, tied to duality. But this card right here means working hard for what you want to get. So when the light shines down and illuminates everything, what do you want to do? Well, you got to go to work for it. It's one of the most successful outcome cards, but nobody rides for free. So this card is urging you to really put your elbow grease into it. And then at the bottom, you had the launching long-term plans. So what plans have you launched? And then when you launch those plans, you must go to work for them. Nobody rides for free. There are no free passes when you get that card. But it's a very successful card when you get it. Migs 144. Okay? I hope that helps. Let's get Ambro Oneness. I missed you, but let's get you a card. Ambro Oneness. You got the 4 Swords as well. So again, these are generalized, but like how much meditation are you doing? And if you're not doing any meditation, this is urging you to do that. Pay attention to your dreams. But meditation, creative visualization, using your imagination. How much do you use your imagination? This is what this is urging you to do. This is like the third eye. This is like the third eye of the cosmos, and we're living inside the dream of the cosmos. That's how I see it. And that's what this card means. Living inside the dream of the cosmos. What do you want to dream? Use your imagination. What is it you want? What do you really want to do in this world? Okay. Let's get Patriot Eagle. Patriot Eagle. So Patriot Eagle, you also got, we pulled this earlier, but we also got, you got the 7 of Swords. And again, this card right here is a card of deception. It's also a card, it's not always just bad, but it can mean deception. Are you deceiving somebody? Are you trying to deceive somebody? You got to be authentic with yourself. Or are you being deceived? If you're getting that gut instinct, are you being deceived? And then this is also mental strategies. Remember, this is tied to card 46 in the Cards of Illumination, and it's tied to the Tree of Life. So when you come down and become man, you got to start doing your mental strategies. And sometimes it involves deception, being deceived, tied to the serpent. That story. Of course, we know there was no talking snake. That's ridiculous. I would love to find somebody that has had a snake talk to him. I want to meet this person. It's never happened. But I would love to meet the person who's been talked to by a snake. The snake actually said, to go do something. That'd be kind of cool if a snake would talk to me. I've been waiting for a snake to talk to me. Has never happened though. But it would be cool if that happened. And I would tell the world about it. And guess what the world would say? I'm crazy. Imagine I came out and said, hey guys, guess what? I went to the zoo today and this snake talked to me. Do you think anybody would believe me? Think about what I'm telling you. I went to the zoo today and you wouldn't believe it. I just can't believe this, man. I saw this snake. and it came up to me and it started to talk to me. Do you realize what people would think of me? Dude, this guy's lost it. Think about what I'm telling you. If I went to the zoo and said a snake talked to me and I went around and I started telling that story, people would lock me up. But not the people that believe in the Bible. Nope, some of those people actually think a snake talked to two people. But if I said that a snake talked to me, I'd be cuckoo crazy. Just anyways, it's just funny. I don't know why. I don't even know why that came up, but I think it's just kind of funny. Okay. So Patriot Eagle, 7 of Swords, deception. Are you deceiving somebody? Are you being deceived? And it's also mental strategies. So you got to start to play out, start thinking about your strategies. Okay. If you've been putting things off, time to stop doing that. Pamela Swan, let's get you a card. And then I'm going to keep going here. And I got a few more minutes here. So Pamela Swan, you got the 10 of Swords. The 9 of Swords. This is the Game of Life card. Look at what happens when you decide to come down here and play the Game of Life. Worry, stress, fear. What happens when spirit meets matter? Well, the light's like, wait a minute, I'm in a different format. Now I'm all worried and stressed and unfamiliar waters. And so, are you having nightmares? This is typically what it means. This is worry, doubt, fear, stress, anxiety. You got to get rid of that. What's causing that? I don't know. I hope that resonates with you. Okay, so let's get Sacred Clown. I hope this is helping some of you. I'm just rolling through these, and I know I'm not spending a ton of time. Let's get Sacred Clown. Whew. So you get card number 65, which is the 2 of Pentacles. The 2 of Diamonds, which is tied to Lucifer, card 28. Card 65 tied to Zinc. And the Demiurge. But this is like, what would happen if you came down here in this reality and you had to start to orchestrate this reality? This is what you'd be doing, like the great juggler. And you see the infinity symbol, the 8 there? He's juggling things. He's got the water behind him. So this card typically means like you have a lot of things going on in your life, but you're figuring it out. But when you have a lot of things going on in your life, you're spread out. So what you want to do is you're going to get bored of that. This is architect. So become the architect of your domain. It's figure out what you want to do because you're juggling a lot of things. You may not get anything done. And at the bottom, you had the 8 of Swords. So are you feeling trapped with too much on your plate? You may have to get rid of some stuff. And that was for Sacred Clown. You may got to get rid of some stuff in your life, brother. Or sister, depending if you're a female. Let's get Soonity Ready. I skipped you, sorry. Soonity Ready. Sunita Ready? Sorry if I... Let's get you a card. Feeling this right here. So you got the 8 of Cups. This card right here is going on a retreat. See you later, bye-bye. Tied to Prometheus, who created man out of clay. He's like, okay, I'm tired of being spirit. I want to go down and play the game. So I'm going to go on this spiritual journey and I'm going to become man. So this is the 8 of Cups. And the 8 of Cups is tied to the 7 of Hearts as well. So it's choices. But this okay, you decided to go on a journey and maybe you haven't decided on it, but you haven't done it. But it's, bye-bye. I'm going to see you later. If you've been thinking about going on a trip, if you want to get the hell out of Dodge, if you're tired of being in your area, if you're tired of being around the nonsense craziness, it's time to go on a trip. Take a trip. Okay? So let's get Miss Nettie Baltazari. Let's get you. Okay, Miss Nettie. Okay. Miss Nettie. Oh, you got the 2 of Pentacles as well. So another right back to back. You got the Two of Pentacles. And again, this is you juggling a lot of things in your life. This is kind of like the architect, right? You're the architect of your life. You're juggling a lot of things in your life right now. Maybe you need to stop juggling so many things and just focus on one thing or two things. And maybe you're stuck in the ideas and not the execution of the ideas. Because, I mean, at the bottom of the deck, you had the star. So the star is born. So it's urging you to pick something. Pick it. And then become the star. You're already the star, but you got to choose what it is you want to do. If you have things going on, we all have it. But this is for you. So it's telling you, if you want to be the star in your own movie and not be an extra in somebody else's, you got to pick. Stop juggling so many things. If you are doing that. And if you need more information, just go to your favorite search engine, type in Two of Pentacles, Teach Me Tarot. And it'll give you your clues. I promise it will. Woo! Michelle, feeling despair. Okay. I don't know if that's, you want a card, but let's get you a card. And then Jane, I'll get you next. And then I'm probably going to do a few more and I'm going to call it quits. But let's get Michelle. Michelle Mondragon. Despair. Well, there's your answer. You just came right out and said, I'm feeling a little bit of despair. Well, it's time to get out of that kind of mindset. Don't sit there. This is saying it's time to kill it. If you're low frequency, time to get rid of it. This is telling you that. How long are you going to stay here? I don't know. I'm not you. But this is clear right here. You just said, I'm feeling a smidge of despair. Well, get rid of the despair. Whatever's causing that feeling, it's time to get rid of it. Or you're at the end of it anyway. So maybe you're like, you feel like you're in a sign of despair. Maybe you just got out of a relationship or you've been in one for a while. Or I don't know. But that card's like, it's time to cut the cord. Okay? All right, then Jane, didn't I already get you a card, Jane? I thought I did. Let's get you a card, Jane. I don't know if I did or not, but Jane L. Thanks for your support. You're always here. Appreciate you. So Jane, so you get the 9 of Wands, which is card number 31. And this is tied to the 22nd card in the Cards of Illumination. This is the Wounded Warrior. This is the Titan card. Like coming down and becoming man. It's like, man, I've done this so many times. The Wounded Warrior. So when you're going to take the bandages off and you own this space, it's like, okay, I've been here, done that many times before, but stand in that power. But this is the Fallen Angel card. One of them anyway. It's the Titan who's been through a lot of wars. So maybe you just need to relax a little bit. You know? 9 of Wands. If you need more information on that, Jan, I hope that helps. Oh God, we got freaking. Hang on one sec. I gotta remove. There we go. Looks like we had some fun hot girls and boys video chat in here. That's funny. Yeah, so Michelle out of a relationship. Well, look, don't wallow in it, man. When that death card comes, see you later. Nothing's permanent. If you're out of this relationship, it's not permanent, man. Just go heal. Go on a healing binge. A lot of you don't heal after your relationship breakup. You go right into the next relationship, or you go into a relationship too premature and you take the baggage from your last relationship, you show up with the baggage into the new one, and then your next relationship is literally sharing energy from not only you, but your ex as well. You're showing up like, hey, it's me and my ex, and we want to come hang out. And, you know, so you want to heal that space, okay? Kevin Bonovich. Kevin Bonovich. Kevin Bonovich. So you got the Queen of Cups. Queen of Cups, which is card number 49, which is down in a hole, which is Alice chasing the rabbit into time. And this is the queen in the story of Alice in Wonderland, which of course, is off with her head. So it was pretty vicious, but the Queen of Cups is very nurturing and caring. And maybe that's what you need to do for yourself when you get this card. Like, are you paying attention to yourself? Do you need to nurture your body? Or you need to pay attention to somebody else? Queen of Cups. If you need more information on this, Queen of Cups, Teach Me Tarot, favorite search engine for Kevin Bonovich. Okay, Queen of Cups. So let's get, Jeremiah, you want to get the Looney Tunes deck. I'm going to do a couple more and then I'm going to call it a night. So let's get Jeremiah Gabbard. Jeremiah from my Looney Tunes deck. Just got this deck. It's pretty cool, man. Bugs on the front. So let's get you. Jeremiah, what's feeling for Jeremiah? Now, this one looks like it wants to come out. So you got the Six of Hearts. And Jeremiah, this Six of Hearts right here is tied to the pineal gland because it's the 6 right there. So meditation, but this right here will transform into the Six of Cups. It means nostalgia. Going back to when you were a child. What was it like when you didn't have responsibilities? What was it like when you didn't know what mainstream was? What was it like when you were, hey, what do you want to be when you grow up? This card is urging you to go back to that. Go back to when you were a kid, when you didn't know what wars were, when you didn't know what crime was, what you didn't know what a breakup was, what it felt like to be cheated on, ripped off, screwed over, all the bad stuff. This is urging you to go back to when that place was in time and go live from that space. Six of Hearts. Okay? So I hope that helps you. Jeremiah. All right, and let's get Jason Mayer. What's up, brother? All right, let's get you a card. I'm gonna do 3 more. Jason, you're gonna be the first one. I'm gonna do 2 more after this, and I'll do Laura. And folks, don't get please don't. These comments, I guess I'm not getting one. I'm not trying to point you out, but come on, man. I mean, that's sarcasm. I can't get to everybody, so please understand. I'm trying to pour my heart out here and trying to get to everybody. If I skip you, if I miss you, it's not on purpose. Okay? So just bear with me, okay? So let's get Jason Mayer. Here we go. And Jason Mayer, you got the Queen of Cups as well. So again, this card number 49, tied to, coming down and becoming the Queen of Hearts, and it's nurturing. So what kind of nurturing do you need to do in your life? Maybe you need to put it into your family more. Maybe you need to put it into one of your children more. Maybe you need to put it into yourself more. But this Queen of Cups, tied to the number 12, tied to completion, 12 hours on a clock. But this right here, man, is all about compassion and love and caring and nurturing. And maybe that's what you need to put it in. Maybe it's you, or maybe it's somebody else in your life. Okay? Queen of Cups. Let's get 2 more. Hope that helps. If you need more information on that, Jason Mayer, just type in Queen of Cups, Teach Me Tarot, and your favorite search engine, and you will find the answers that you're looking for. Okay? All right. Laura Quantum Angel, you're next. Please don't get offended. I was just being sarcastic, but okay, here we go. Laura Quantum Angel. Here we go. So you got the Ace of Wands, which is card number 23, card 22, or 23, depending on what you look at and observe in the tarot. But this right here is the card of a new seed being planted. This card right here is tied to the future. What have you planted in the future? Which is in the now moment, which is always constantly moving into the future. This is tied to the pineal gland. So this is urging you to meditate on the idea or set of ideas that you're thinking about creating on the world stage. And if you have a lot of ideas and you're like, okay, well, you need to narrow it down, because this is a card of new birth and new beginnings. You need to narrow that idea catalog down Like I recommended earlier to somebody, write down your 10 best ideas, circle your top 3, and then pinpoint the very number 1 that would make you the happiest, and give it water and energy, and go for it. The birth of new ideas. Okay? So I hope that helps. Woo! All right. Let's see. I got one more, and then I'll do a collective card pull. Yes, I will do that for everybody. Where's my... Okay, let's get Efren Barron. Efren Barron will be my last one. I'm sorry if I didn't get everybody, but come here next time. I do these. I try to do these. If you're part of the Syncretism Society, if you're part of the Academy, I will be doing exclusively. It will be a very intimate setting. There'll only be about 20 people in there, so I can get to everybody on the 30th of this month at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. It will be 7 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on the Syncretism Academy website. I'll be doing card pulls, okay? Just exclusively for the members of the Syncretism Academy, okay? So who was I going to pull a card for? Efren Barron. Let's see what's going on in your life, Efren Barron, and then I'm going to do a collective card pull. Efren Barron. So you got the 4 of Wands. Pull this one again. Nigel, I think you got this card, but the 4 of Wands is, if you look at that, building a happy home. See those people in the background? They're like all excited because they just got their castle. They just got the keys to their castle. So this is either telling you that you're building something right now that's going to make you happy. You're having the idea, because this is the mental realm. You have the idea to build something. You're in the space of creating something of your mental mind, but now you need to execute on that. So what is it for you? But it's happy home. Creating that happy home. Maybe it's an idea to create the happy home. Maybe you need to surprise your loved one with just a because gift, or your children, to create a happy environment. That's what this card means. And if you need more information on the 4 of Wands, just go to 4 of Wands Teach Me Tarot, and you'll be able to get a further rendition of that card. That's card number 26, which is very interesting because tonight's, well, it was the 26th, now it's the 27th, but yesterday was the 26th here in Mexico, and this was the one of the cards attached to that, and 26 is tied to our blood. So, maybe you need to build a happy home. Are you physically okay? And if you're not, you need to maybe put a little bit of time into you to build that happy body. If you're not physically fit, if you're not physically active, if you're not physically in shape, this is urging you to do that. Time's a wasting for you. Okay? So I hope everybody that I was able to pull a card. Mosquito, you ain't got many chances here, buddy. I hope I was able to... How do these bugs get in my house? I have no idea. But anyway, I hope I was able to really tickle your funny bone tonight. I appreciate all your comments, all your support. It really encourages me to keep coming on and continuing to do these What's Your Questions. I hope I was able to answer a lot of your questions on here. I know I went on a lot of rants, as I always do, but maybe you picked up just one thing from tonight that was a sign to get you to propel forward, to become a better person, then it counted for you, okay, during this time. So what I want to do now is do a collective conscious card pull. A lot of you like when I do these. Okay. And what the rule, there is an objective for this. So what I do, and it's kind of funny, we got the King of Cups at the bottom. So this is all about love, and we're going to come together now. And we're going to, typically what I've been doing is I don't do this in any particular order. I do 3 cards, one from the middle, one from the bottom, one from the top, kind of representing past, present, and future, if you will. The now moment is the most important. That's the gift. But we're going to be focusing together on one topic. And we're going to collectively bring our minds together just by thinking of the same idea. And that's going to tie us into the world consciousness. And these cards are tied into the world because they are the world. These are archetypes. So I guess we're going to, to make it easy, the question will be, what does the world have to do to become a better place? And I use that word better as an adjective, not to say that the world's a bad place. Because I tell you what, I live in paradise. And when I step outside my door, I got the beach 2 blocks away. It's freaking amazing here. But there's always room to make improvement, even in a paradise. So we can probably say, where's the world moving? What do we got to do on the world stage? Kind of along those lines, and see what we get. What do you think? What do you got to do? Because it starts with you. What do you got to do for the world to become a better place? Personally, what do you got to do? Not what everybody else has to do, because it starts with you. What is it that you can do to contribute to make that ripple for the world to benefit from? So I'll repeat that again. What is it that you can do? Not your brother, not your kid, not your wife, not your husband, not your boyfriend, girlfriend, partner, not your dog, not your cat, not your bird, not the president of this country. What can you do individually to make a ripple in the world and contribute to making this place a more pleasurable experience for everybody? It's kind of the consensus, the idea, the plot of what we're going to do when we pull these 3 cards. And look at what was at the bottom, the Ace of Clubs. The idea. These cards are just so amazing, man. So grateful. Okay, are you ready? So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to shuffle these things 3 times. Here's shuffle 2. And one more shuffle. I'm going to split it 3 ways. 1, 2, 3. There we go. I'm not going to touch them. I'm going to turn up the music for about 30 seconds. Get out of here, dude. And I'm going to ask you to focus on that. What can you do to step it up? Do your part to make the ripple in this world. And we collectively all do that, and we're going to get some outcomes of the cards. The cards you're going to tell us. Okay? So I'm going to jack up the music. We're just going to close our eyes. We're going to think about this question. What can you do? The world, what do you see? What do you see in the world? You doing your part. You waking up every day. You're happy. You're excited for your day. Man, I can't wait to start my day today. It's going to be an amazing day today. And what does that look like for you? Then you get up and you go do it. It may not be what you're doing now. But if you had your wish, and there was money that was no object, and you had your wish list, and you just rubbed that genie lamp, what would it look like for you? For you, not me. It's not about me, it's about you. So let's just take 30 seconds. Here we go. Ready? Think of that idea. Beautiful place. The world. Take a deep breath. It's like, where's the world going? It's inevitable it's going somewhere. All right. Jeremiah, you're funny, dude. I love you, brother. All right, so here we go. Some great comments. All right, so here's the deck. See what's at the bottom. It's at the bottom of the deck. It's the Page of Pentacles. What's really interesting is this is card 75. And it's tied to the Lightbringer. And the Page of Pentacles, being at the bottom, representing kind of the past, but the Page of Pentacles, to me, is anytime I see a page, it's the prince or princess. It's the kid just out of college that just got their contract to work for a big company. It's the quarterback who just got drafted #1 and just signed his $100 million contract. How you doing? How you feeling? You're on top of the world. You're untouchable. That's the Page of Pentacles. And it's, obviously this is can involve money. But this is how you should be behaving right now. Did you resonate with that energy? Are you feeling like that when you wake up every day? So now we're going to get the center of the deck, which is typically going to represent the now moment. So let's do this together. I'm just going to... There's the card. And what do we get? Oh, we got the World card. Wow. That piano there playing. The now moment. Right now. A new world is emerging. And it's emerging with the energies of feeling like you're on top of the world. And anything is possible. And you're forging new fires. And there are new things that are going to be emerging. With these two cards. Then, we have the back of the deck. The last card. You guys ready? Or you guys and gals, should say. So let's see what we get. The Seven of Swords. Now, this card came up a few times tonight, and I mentioned to all of you that it's tied to deception. It's tied to mental strategies. So it's not just all gloom and doom, because I mentioned deception. It is the Seven of Swords. And, when you look at this card, it's like the guy's taking the swords, and he's like, I'm taking these, man. I'm owning this. So it's not a doom and gloom. Like, it can mean deception, but I'm assuming all of you weren't thinking of deception. But is the universe trying to tell you to be careful of deception as we emerge into a new world? And we have taken this brand new energy, moving it into the world, and then the outcome being careful of deception, or hey man, you got to play the game now. It's a new game is emerging. Take up your stuff, take your loins. That's what this card means to me. The Seven of Swords. Seven of Swords being the 46th card in the like when I show you guys this, because that's the outcome. So I just want to be really crystal clear to give you guys alternative meanings of this. But here it is. Seven of Swords, Seven of Spades, card 46. The Tree of Life, right there. In the medicine deck, those of you that are fans of the animal deck, it's the raccoon, which has got the dark circles, the dark eyes. The eyes of darkness. So maybe it's just forewarning you that there's a new world that's emerging. And we're creating it with this can't lose mentality. Like, hey man, whatever's coming, we're going to be successful at it. And then you got to start to create your strategy. This is strategy. This can mean deception, of course. But remember, the question was, what is it that you can do to make the ripple in the world for it to become a better place? Well, I wouldn't imagine you picked, well, I'm going to go screw everybody over and deceive them. And since this card is from this card, and this means the Tree of Life and coming down here and playing the game, this is like, okay, what kind of strategies are you going to create? Well, you need to create from a new world perspective. Brand new. And this card means love, by the way. So you need to create your strategy. Grab your swords, grab your toolbox, create your strategy, your mental strategy, and create it from a place of you can't lose. Create it from a space of, hey man, I just got my $200 million contract and I am feeling amazing. That's what this is saying right here. That's how I read the energy of these three cards coming together. Because, again, this card can mean a lot of things, but I wouldn't imagine, considering the question, I wouldn't imagine the outcome being, you guys are trying to create deception here. But of course, there is dualistic meaning to this. So I would encourage all of you, just be careful. Like the energy coming through your life right now, just be careful of the deception, deceptive kind of energy. It's an influence, by the way. So I say deceptive to give you an adjective. I just believe in influence. Everything's being where you're I'm an influencer. You're an influencer. Your next door neighbors he may come by and have a beer and influence you with their talk about what's going on the world stage. So it's just like, okay, well, your strategies are being created, but really I think the takeaway was this world card. And a new world is emerging. And it's just now it's time for you to get out there and create this beautiful new world that's emerging. All right. Come on, Jeremiah. No political garbage, dude. Who cares about those people? They don't care about you. Stop spending time on politics. Folks, listen, I'm going to be decoding. I have War Decoded coming out. I'm working on it. I was hesitant on doing it. And I know it's going to get a lot of likes. Not a likes. It's going to get a lot of views because that's what people are drawn towards. The dirty laundry. Right? You know that song, Dirty Laundry by Don Henley? Love that tune. It's dirty laundry. People love their dirty laundry. But as I mentioned, I just kind of want to leave you with this. What are you giving your energy to? Are you giving your energy to the dirty laundry? And if you give your energy to the dirty laundry, are you getting anything in return? Like when I turn on I have a TV right here. I never turn on the news, the mainstream. I barely ever watch it. I barely ever tune into any of the mainstream now. I don't care. Guess what happened to my life? I leveled up. My life has become so much better. I feel better. The whole nine. Now, when I turn on that TV, I watch my shows. I get clues from there. And I know it's influencing me in some way, shape, or form. But I feel like I'm so dialed into the code now. The code's observing me. I'm observing the code. I see the patterns in my life. I'm sure some of you, a lot of you decoders, you're seeing these patterns show up in your life. What does it mean for you? But I will just encourage you to turn off the static on the world stage. Because it ain't going to give you anything in return. It's just not going to give you anything back. The only thing it's going to give you are scenarios that you're going to play out in your mind, and you may end up creating those scenarios come true in your life. But when you don't play those scenarios in your life, in your head, because you're not paying attention to them, you're taking that energy and you're putting it on something else. Like like my regimen, I wake up when I want. I have no boss. I created that environment. When I wake up, I'm grateful for my pillow, my mattress. I'm grateful for a great night's sleep. I give thanks for that great night's sleep. And if it's nice and sunny here, which it typically is, I go to the beach. And I sit by the beach and I'm giving thanks to the water and the ocean and all that stuff that was created for me. That has nothing to do with the mainstream. It's the complete opposite. I live in paradise. And even if you don't live by the beach, folks, you can still go out and become part of some paradise. And I live my life like that. And I help people, and I do these shows, and I do these podcasts, and I'm helping Santos and Secretism Society, and I do all that. That's my life. And I stay away from as much as I can of the static, the Mr. Smiths, trying to just get my attention and get a reaction from me. So when you're scrolling in your Facebook feed, how much time do you spend on that feed? And then what are you stopping and reading? Like, oh, they're doing that in Ukraine. Oh, and then you're just giving your energy to that. Like, folks, it's going to happen with or without you. But if you detach from it, I already know your life will get better. It ain't going to give you anything in return. Nothing you will get from it. It will just suck you dry. It is an energy vampire. Its design, which is the wolf, it's feed the wolf. Its design is to siphon your energy. That's what it's designed to do. So those of you that have seen the great movie Tron Legacy, if you've seen the remake, the 2012 or I don't know, but you have Jeff Bridges there in that movie. And the highlight of that movie, he told his son, if you want to win the game, you don't play the game. That's how you win. And I know it's just a movie, and that's not real. But I feel these are messages from your higher self that's controlling you remotely. And I feel like it's a sway. So you have the angels and demons down here. We call them that, but they're energies. And they both are working in a symbiotic relationship. They both feed off one another. And when you have your free will, this is my current level of thinking. Now I want to leave all of you with this. But you're going to be on a sliding scale, just like your pH scale is sliding scale. And the free will that you may have, and I say maybe, is allowing you to dictate a little bit of which way you want to go and what you want to entertain. And when you entertain a certain energy, you go that way towards that energy. And it doesn't take a scientist, a rocket scientist, to figure out that the static on the world stage, the mainstream, the government, the state, the politics, all that garbage is not of neutrality. It is fear-based energy, and it will suck you dry. It will pull you to the demonic realms. That's what its job is. That is its job. It's Mr. Smith keeping you involved in Maya. It's Mr. Smith keeping you in the game. And when you engage in those posts of the mainstream, it's Mr. Smith bringing you into the game more and more. And you become more, that's what demonic means. It's the lower chakras. It doesn't mean it's bad to get involved in demonic kind of things, because that is your ego. But it's a sliding scale. So if you need to retreat and get away from the demonic measures, you become base or neutral, or you go to church. You go to, like I mentioned earlier, my buddy's like, oh, I've been going to this church and I feel great. Yeah, because you move the sliding scale to the angelic realms. And now you're feeling the effects of that energy. And in this reality, there's no good or bad, folks. It's just a sliding scale. It's the pendulum that moves back and forth, just like this. And your pendulum moves. So when you involve yourself in the static on the world stage, you're like, hey, Mr. Smith, I love what you're doing. Give me a little bit of slice of what you got. And you pay with your currency. That's your price you got to pay. You got to pay up. So when you stand in the middle, remember your blood is slightly alkaline. You want to be slightly love. When you slightly be love, you stand in neutrality. You be an observer of life, and you love as a light. Like, I can see why those guys on the world stage are doing what those apex predator. I know why the shark is the apex predator. I know why the polar bear is an apex predator. I know why the grizzly bear is the apex predator, because it's doing its job. I don't go out there and get mad at the polar bear because it just goes and kills a seal. No, it's doing its job. I don't get mad at the pathogen that enters the body. No, because it's just doing its job, folks. If you do what's your job? I don't know. Maybe your job is to be a Mr. Smith. It might be your job. It may be your code. So I'm not here to tell you to not be a Mr. Smith. I'm just merely suggesting, if you're here and this message resonates with you, if your life is not where you want it to be, well, then obviously you need to make a change. If you wake up and you're not happy, well, do you like being unhappy? If you like it, because some people will not admit it, but some people like their shit. Some people like to be miserable. If that's you, I'm not here to tell you to change it. But if you want to wake up and say, man, I'm in paradise and I love my life, what does that look like for you? How do you get there? Well, I can tell you right now, it's not by giving away your currency. The currency is the most valuable thing that you own. So if you hold on to it, you become more valuable. But if you just give it to Mr. Smith and he's got his hands out, he wants that damn currency. He's like, gimme, gimme, gimme. Well, you can give it away if you want to. And again, I'm not here to tell you not to do that. It's your game. I'm just living in your game. I really don't care what you do. And I mean that with love, because love is allowing. It's not my job. It's not my responsibility to make you do anything. It's not my job responsibility to force any of these ideas or constructs on you. Okay, we're all sharing space here. At the end of the day, it's all symbiotic anyway. The dark side feeds off the light feeds off the dark. It's always been that way. It's a symbiotic relationship. Symbiotic starts with the letter S, which is the sine wave, which is the wave pattern. The wave and the patterns of the electromagnetic frequency, if you get into physics. But if your life is not where you want it to be, you cannot continue doing the same things over and expect to have a better life when it comes to better. And I speak from experience, ladies and gentlemen. When I came to Mexico, it was one of the greatest things I could ever do for my life. I became a minimalist. I got rid of almost everything I had. I had no attachments. And I turned off the mainstream. It's just been this relief. And whatever's about to come on the world stage, it's going to come whether or not I sit there and worry about it or not. Me paying attention to whatever's, if there's some kind of natural cataclysm coming, which I've studied the pole shifts, I've studied all that for years. The pole shifts, the return to Ra, the Hopi prophecy, the blue and red Kachina. I've studied the magnetosphere. I've been in so many groups. And they're fun to look at, right? And we know that history tells you, archaeology tells you, there's these natural disasters that happen. Well, look, I personally know my life is scripted. And if I'm supposed to make it through whatever's coming, if that is what's coming, then I will make it through. I used to be the guy to run. I used to live that life. Like, I'm not going to go here. I left Los Angeles because I thought the big earthquake was coming. That's one of the main reasons why I left. It's like, it's not a safe place. And I still think it's, not that safe of a place. That's just my opinion. But no matter what, folks, if you look at your life and you decode your life, it's scripted. Okay? You're exactly where you're supposed to be right now. Otherwise, you wouldn't be there. But you worrying about something that's coming, you worrying about these passing of laws, that you worrying about it is actually siphoning your energy, and you're giving it to the very one things you're so worried about. That is a fact. This is not my opinion. This is Magic 101. and you worrying about and giving your currency away, you're actually feeding the very one things that you don't want to come into existence. So rather than do that, why not take that energy back and put it into something that is going to be worthwhile to your life? Why not put it into something that will make your life better? Learn a foreign language, take up a guitar lesson, take a piano lesson, take in those singing lessons. Go study abroad, go travel. Go do the things that you want to do. Some of you are not doing them because you're so fixated on the static and like, what are they going to do? Oh, this is coming. What are they going to, I got to plan it. That's coming anyway if you believe it's coming. And there is nothing you're going to do to stop it. You might as well enjoy your life. That's what I'm doing. You might as well enjoy your life. Enjoy it. Tomorrow's not guaranteed, folks. Okay? Tomorrow is not guaranteed. Just go decode yourself. It's the one thing I will suggest all of you do. Okay? So I offered, tonight I offered a lot of suggestions. As a metaphysician, I deal with the metaphysical world. But I'm not looking to join forces with people who are involved in the mainstream and the static. Please don't bring that. I'm not interested in those kinds of people. I want people to come together that are interested in, like I just pulled the Hierophant card, being the constructs, being the sun. I'm interested in bringing a group of 13 people together that are interested in like, okay, we're going to come together and I'm not going to base my move based upon your move. I'm just going to base my move based upon my move. But you know what a lot of people do? They're basing their moves based upon what the other move is. Like, oh, they're going to do that. I wonder what I should do now. Who cares what they're doing? Do you think they're even remotely concerned about what you're doing in your moves? They don't care. So I'm looking for individuals that want to come together that are not interested in the mainstream, that are interested in building a nucleus and building something beautiful together without any aspects of fear-dominant energy. That is where you will come from a place of a beautiful, creative process. That's what I'm looking for. If that is you, I'd love to hear from you. I've talked about this. If you just got on here, please watch this all the way through. It's probably a couple hours. I don't even know how long I've been going, probably for 4 hours like I normally do. But please go rewatch this. I've talked about the 13 roundtable people that I'm looking to create. And I need organizers. I need people that have done this before, like really done this for companies and they know what the hell they're doing to create these people. And people are going to get vetted because, like I said, I'm not interested in people that want to talk about politics and government. I'm not interested in that. I want to create my own country, free of any ideas of what they're doing. And I say they, it's like Mr. Smiths. I'm not interested in not interested in any Mr. Smiths coming over here. No Mr. Smiths are welcome. I have nothing against the Mr. Smiths. But if I was in the water, I certainly wouldn't invite any sharks. You know what I mean? Not interested. Sharks, I love you sharks. I think you're awesome to look at, but not invited to my party. Okay? All right, cool. Woo, all right. Well, 5 hours. Okay, I'm not surprised. All right, folks. So let's just end this where I started it off. Let's get... Caught a trap. Get out of the trap. Don't think about the trap. Okay, I'm going to end it on this, folks. As I always say, that's all I got for today, for tonight. Much love. I really appreciate each and every one of you, all you great people. And, man, I tell you, it's been a really fun ride tonight for What's Your Question number 33. I have been your tour guide. My name is Logan. This is Decode Your Reality. Until next time, folks, see you later.
When you don't believe a word I say, dry the tears from your eyes. Let's don't let a good thing die. When, honey, you know I have never lied to you. Caught in a trap. I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby.
herself some cheap sunglasses. Spider box a thing and I followed her all night. In a funky style of Levi's and a sweater kind of tight. Now where's gonna strike? That was sweet as molasses. But what really knocked me out was the cheap sunglasses. I followed her all night in a fun style of Levi's and a brown tight. It all comes to you, yeah, they come in two glasses. I found some chains and cheap sunglasses.